The Rules Committee will come to order. We gather today, on a day to deal with a number of bills. But before I get to them, let me just say that I express publicly on behalf of everybody in this committee, I'm sure shares my view that the passing of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, we certainly pray for her family and we pray for our country. For many of us, she was an incredible trailblazer and a hero, and it's tough to be able to think that the Supreme Court will go on without her there. So in any event, we're going to consider 4 bills today. I will discuss the measures here in the order that they will be considered. First, we will consider H.R. 4447. This is a package of bills to invest in renewable energy, which will in turn help combat climate change and create jobs. Look, jobs in things like wind and solar will be created. The only question is whether they are created here or whether they'll be created in other countries like China. I want these jobs to be made here in America. Because of coronavirus, our nation is facing an economic downturn, the likes of which we haven't seen since the Great Depression. These are jobs that we badly need. This energy package is a win-win. It's a win for our environment and a win for our economy. And I'm proud to help bring it to the House floor for a vote. Second, we will consider 2 bills, H.R. 6210 and H.R. 6270, to defend human rights abroad. For years, the Chinese government has arbitrarily detained as many as 1.8 million Uyghurs and other Muslim minorities in mass internment camps. These detainees have been subject to truly abhorrent human rights abuses, everything from forced labor and torture to political indoctrination and forced population control. Many everyday products, including electronics, food, and shoes, are made using this forced labor. People could be using these products today and not even know about this reality. That has to change. The United States of America must always stand foursquare for human rights. And make no mistake, forced labor clearly violates international human rights standards. These bills will hold the perpetrators of forced labor accountable, ensure goods made with the forced labor do not enter the United States market, and establish stronger financial disclosure requirements to help shine a light on companies using forced Uyghur labor in their supply chains. I introduced H.R. 6210 earlier this year as part of a bipartisan, bicameral effort to hold China accountable for their human rights abuses. I'm proud to work with Congressman Chris Smith. We both serve, and I'm the chair of the China Commission, together with Senator Marco Rubio. We work together to put human rights at the heart of our nation's foreign policy. And I'll have a lot more to say about that on the floor tomorrow. But let me just say this for now. Standing up for those whose rights and freedoms have been trampled, as the Uyghurs and others have here, isn't a partisan issue. It's an American issue, and I want to thank all of those on both sides of the Capitol who have helped advance these bills. Lastly, we will consider H.R. 8319, a continuing resolution to keep the government funded through December 11th. In addition, this legislation extends vital public health programs. Keeping the lights on is the most basic responsibility we have as members of Congress. But it's not always easy, as we all know, especially in an election year. So I want to thank our appropriators for working hard on this to lift the threat of another shutdown. And before I turn to our witnesses and turn to our ranking minority member for any comments he may have, let me just say that we got a lot to do today. And I would urge all of us on the Rules Committee, Democrats and Republicans, to try to be succinct and as brief as we possibly can, and the same of the witnesses, because some of us have planes to catch and other things that I think we can do this and get everybody's issues raised without having this go on forever. So that's my plea. You can ignore it if you want, but I'm just hoping everybody will follow it. With that, I'm happy to yield to the distinguished ranking member of this committee, my good friend Tom Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And as you point out, we have a fairly packed hearing today, so I'll get right to it. But before I do, I want to associate myself with your remarks about the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. They're well said. And while some of us might have disagreed with some of her opinions from time to time, I don't think any of us ever doubted her professionalism, her integrity, or her commitment to public service. It's a loss to the country without a doubt. And thank you for opening our our hearing on that note. The first item I'll discuss, Mr. Chairman, is the continuing resolution funding the government through December the 11th. I had originally thought I'd be speaking today on a bipartisan negotiated continuing resolution. Unfortunately, it appears that the speaker is now making unilateral decisions and going a different direction. Despite all sides reaching a deal regarding what would be included in the CR, the text we just received removes key provisions agreed upon related to the Commodity Credit Corporation and an extension of the pandemic EBT food assistance program. This is an unfortunate and unnecessary outcome, in my view, Mr. Chairman. Congress governs best when it governs together. This weekend, I thought we had a bipartisan deal that would fund the government and keep it open so that it can continue to provide critical services to our constituents. This, as I have said many times, both here and on the floor, is one of the highest responsibilities that we have as legislators. But when the majority makes last-minute decisions to renege on bipartisan work, it does not bode well for the legislative process or for the institution. It builds distrust that makes it harder to accomplish great things in the future. I would remind my friends of the proverb, quote, "If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together." Sadly, today, the majority has decided on the former strategy rather than the latter. I'm saddened by that, Mr. Chairman. I would encourage the committee to make an amendment that gives members the opportunity to vote on the original deal on the House floor. And in the meantime, I hope that the majority will see the light and decide that we can go far by going together. Our second bill for today is H.R. 4447, an almost 900-page package of energy-related bills. Unfortunately, this bill was hastily cobbled together using the left's wish list and truly misses the mark. Throughout this entire bill, there's only one real unifying theme. For every problem, the majority thinks the solution is to spend massive amounts of money. Once again, the majority is falling prey to their base instincts to spend, rather than pass real workable legislation. Instead of undertaking policies to streamline permitting processes and lower costs for everyday Americans, the majority is pushing policies that would make energy more expensive and less reliable. Instead of improving and expanding infrastructure, the majority is imposing new green energy mandates from Washington. Instead of reducing costs, they're imposing new building codes that will guarantee higher construction costs without reducing energy bills. At every turn, this package is misguided and costly and will not do much to benefit the average consumer. The majority also claims that the package is bipartisan. While it is true that the package includes some bills that were bipartisan at their introduction, and even some that I myself support, Mr. Chairman, the overall package was built by Democrats for Democrats, and Republicans were not consulted about which bills should be included, much less about the changes they made to bills we did support. That hardly, in my mind, meets the definition of being bipartisan. Finally, we have two bills concerning the ongoing human rights violations against the Uyghur people in China. H.R. 6210 and H.R. 6270 both seek to address this crisis using the tools at hand available to the United States government. The bills collectively will require disclosure by public companies doing business with entities responsible for the ongoing oppression of the Uyghur people and will allow the State Department to impose sanctions on the responsible parties. Of course, no bill is perfect, and I understand that Republicans on the Financial Services Committee have concerns about some provisions in these bills. I look forward to hearing their concerns, and I encourage the committee to take whatever actions are necessary to ensure that these issues receive full consideration on the floor. Finally, I'd be remiss if I did not note again that the Rules Committee is considering pieces of legislation that have not received a markup in the Committee of Jurisdiction. Once more, the Rules Committee is violating the so-called McGovern rule, the solemn promise the majority made at the beginning of Congress not to bring bills before the Rules Committee that had not received both a hearing and a markup in the Committee of Jurisdiction. On items like today's continuing resolution, while not ideal, given the short time frame and severe consequences of failing to act, I can understand why the majority would choose to move forward without a markup and do not fault them for this action. But when it comes to our other items, I am at a loss. Some of these items in the energy package have received a markup as individual bills, but that's no excuse for not pursuing a markup for the whole package, especially since major and consequential policy changes were made behind closed doors. And I would be shocked if my colleagues on the Financial Services, Ways and Means, and Foreign Affairs Committee did not want an opportunity to consider our two bills on the Chinese oppression of the Uyghur minority. So sadly, I must once again say to the chairman, my good friend, that we have to do better than this. The American people expect us to do better than that. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Thank you very much. I would now like to call up our first panel to testify on HR 4447, the Clean Economy, Jobs, and Innovation Act. Chairman Pallone, Representative Shimkish, Chairwoman Johnson, Representative Weber, Chairman Grijalva, and Representative Graves. We are all delighted that you are here. Without objection, any written materials you submit to rules documents at mail.house.gov before the conclusion of this hearing will be entered into the record. Again, we appreciate you being succinct and to the point, and we now recognize the distinguished gentleman from New Jersey, Chairman Pallone.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern, and thank you, Ranking Member Cole and the rest of the Rules Committee. I'm proud to be here to support the Clean Economy, Jobs, and Innovation Act, HR 4447. This bill is a comprehensive package of policies that will spur clean energy innovation, electrify our transportation sector, and make homes and businesses more energy efficient. And I want to thank Chairman Rush, he's the chairman of our Energy Subcommittee, and the members of our full committee for their commitment to supporting clean energy. This package includes 47 bills from the Energy and Commerce Committee, from 36 primary and co-lead sponsors. Most of the bills are bipartisan, and some are actually led by Republicans. Every week, we hear of a new climate-related disaster. In the West, states are battling raging wildfires, people losing their lives and their homes, and on the coast, hurricane after hurricane threatens communities with heavy rainfall, high winds, and flooding. So we have to do everything in our power to respond to these challenges, and energy is where we start. The Clean Economy, Jobs, and Innovation Act is an important and robust package of clean energy investment and innovation policies. The bill incorporates important bipartisan legislation on energy efficiency, including the Energy Savings and Industrial Competitiveness Act from Representatives Welch and McKinley. Energy efficiency programs could cut greenhouse gas emissions by 50% and deliver energy savings worth more than $700 billion by 2050. And this package sets new energy efficiency standards for buildings and funds grants to local communities for more efficient schools, homes, and municipal buildings. And this is an inexpensive way to save energy and reduce electricity bills for homeowners and businesses. The legislation also supports the development and deployment of clean, renewable, and distributed resources, as well as the transmission projects needed to move clean energy around the country. Solar and wind energy are crucial to reducing our fossil fuel dependency, and this bill supports the research, development, and deployment of these clean generating sources. The bill also includes support for energy storage systems and microgrids that can use renewable energy to deliver power. These systems build resiliency and are crucial to meeting the demands of changing weather and climate conditions. The transition to a clean energy future depends upon upgrading our transportation infrastructure to support and encourage the adoption of electric vehicles. So we must ensure that our charging infrastructure and grid are ready to meet the growing demand for EVs. This legislation includes Energy Subcommittee Chairman Rush's No Exhaust Act and authorizes funding for clean school buses, electric vehicle charging equipment, and other zero-emission vehicle programs. It will help speed up the electrification of our transportation sector and make electric vehicles an option for more communities. The bill also helps us prepare for increasingly severe storms and wildfires. Climate change requires rapid infrastructure modernization and resilience projects. Grid modernization, cybersecurity, and critical infrastructure security are all crucial to ensure that our lights stay on and that our critical infrastructure stays operational. And so the package invests in the infrastructure needed to be more resilient. Now, while climate change is affecting all of us, it's disproportionately affecting low-income and marginalized communities of color. So this bill includes important provisions to ensure environmental justice communities are part of the clean energy transition, while also assuring that they don't bear the consequences of climate inaction. And finally, Mr. Chairman, This bill includes the AIM Act, which phases out the use of hydrofluorocarbons, a super pollutant. The bill has 14 Democratic and 14 Republican sponsors, led by Environment Subcommittee Chairman Paul Tonko, with Representatives Pete Olson, Scott Peters, and Elise Stefanik. It has support on both sides of the aisle from environmental groups, as well as the Chamber of Commerce and the National Association of Manufacturers. It's one of the most impactful steps we can take now to create manufacturing jobs, boost our competitiveness while protecting the environment. And I just want to thank Chairman Rush for his tremendous leadership in shepherding many of these bills to our committee. I also want to thank my colleagues, Chairwoman Johnson, Chairman Grijalva, for their critical contributions to this package, as well as Representative O'Halloran for being the bill's lead sponsor and an author of several provisions. Now, I just wanted to say one thing. I want you to understand, and I listened to what Mr. Cole said. The idea is to send this over to the Senate and pair it with a bill that Lisa Murkowski and Senator Manchin are putting together. That bill that comes out of the Senate will not be exactly the same, but we did gear this in a way that could capture and marry this, if you will, or build a consensus on what they send over from the Senate on a bipartisan basis, with the idea that we would have an informal conference, if you will, and have a bill that's consensus that can be brought back and pass both houses and be sent to the president. So I want to say, Mr. Cole, I understand some of your concerns instead of trying to speed up the process here, but in all honesty, we almost at the end of the last session 2 years ago with Murkowski and then the senator from Washington, we were able to come very close to doing this energy package, which is not a massive bill, on a bipartisan basis. And so part of my reason for rushing here is an effort to try to get this over to the Senate so that we could do a consensus bill, which will probably be different from the House bill. But I don't want you to get the impression this is a real effort to try to get something passed in this Congress on a bipartisan basis and bicameral as well. So I want to stress that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shimkus.
Wait, hold on. I'm on now. Chairman Governor and Ranking Member Cole, members of the committee, on behalf of the Energy and Commerce Committee Republicans, I'm here to say that we cannot support H.R. 4447 as written. This nearly 900-page bill authorizes more than $135 billion in new spending, imposes a range of mandates on taxpayers, states, and homeowners, creates or expands a number of federal subsidy programs, inserts new review criteria into energy and infrastructure permitting decisions, and includes a number of provisions, sometimes very expensive provisions, that have not been subject to committee oversight, legislative hearing, or markup. The scope and cost may not bother some members, but the fact that the bill was pasted together hastily and behind closed doors without consulting committee Republicans should give serious pause to anybody who thinks that this will truly meet the priorities of the American taxpayer, family, or worker, or even help the environment. The authors of this bill know this is not the way to establish effective energy and economic policy. Energy and Commerce has ample experience crafting durable bipartisan legislation that reflects the priorities of the whole nation. This bill, for all its taxpayer spending, comes up short, and if it were to become law, it risks squandering billions in taxpayer resources. To attract private investment and create well-paying and long-lasting energy jobs, you need to deploy, construct, and build, and do so efficiently without unnecessary regulatory delay. H.R. 447 ignores this. This bill contains no measures to remove the uncertainty and regulatory delays that impede private investment and the deployment of advanced technologies. There are no meaningful reforms to the permitting and licensing processes necessary to finance, build, and expand and modernize energy infrastructure. Instead, the bill substitutes taxpayer subsidies and then adds additional delays and NEPA reviews that other measures to further inhibit economic growth. H.R. 4447 fails to balance the interests and priorities of all Americans. Several of the largest spending authorities in H.R. 4447 prioritize cities at the expense of the needs and priorities of rural communities. For example, the bill provides more than $17.5 billion for city-oriented conservation block grant programs. It authorizes hundreds of millions of dollars for other programs, including $650 million for expensive electric school buses, which is simply unworkable and unaffordable for average people in rural America. In HR 4447 continues a rush to impose dramatic changes in our nation's energy and transportation systems with no consideration for ensuring affordable, reliable energy for Americans. This rush to green is basically nationalizing the expensive energy policies of California. As we heard at a hearing in my subcommittee just last week, mandates in that state to increase renewable energy and electrification are raising prices for fuels and power and driving out high-paying energy jobs, including thousands of jobs associated with zero-emission nuclear energy. The loss of nuclear jobs in communities can have the same devastating human impacts as we witness with the loss of the coal industry in other communities. There are no substitutes for high-paying durable jobs and the related community tax-based benefits provided by nuclear and major energy employers. My Republican colleagues on the Energy and Commerce have introduced several bills this Congress that have helped unlock the nation's energy and innovation potential. These bills encourage investment in new infrastructure jobs, remove regulatory barriers to permitting and licensing new and existing projects, and deploy zero emission and low emissions power generation from all types of energy resources. I urge you to make those in order today. And there are other amendments that seek to reduce taxpayers' burdens and unnecessary regulations, such as the new source review reforms that will accelerate deployment of clean technology in industry and power generation. I have offered an amendment that will prevent intrusive EPA registries for automotive parts used to modify off-road racing vehicles. This same language is in the bipartisan Senate companion bill known as the RPM Act. I wish we could have worked this out in committee. I know we tried on our side of the aisle to reach a bipartisan deal that could be signed into law. My Democrat colleagues apparently had other objectives, airdropping it into a 900-page partisan bill. If you want to help the economy and the growth of innovative energy jobs, you should incorporate these Republican priorities and abstain from imposing more taxpayer burden and regulatory delays on the American economy. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Thank you very much. Now we'll turn to Chairwoman Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Cole. Climate change is one of the most urgent issues we face. The air and water are growing warmer, fueling extreme weather, droughts, wildfires, hurricanes, and flooding. Our nation grows more acidic, threatening the entire food chain on which the world is dependent. And scientists tell us we have precious little time to reduce the amount of greenhouse gases in our atmosphere to avoid catastrophic changes like ice sheet collapses and the associated sea level rise, which would inundate our coastal cities. We must accelerate changes we are making to our energy sector if we are going to meet the challenge of climate change. I do want to say that this is not just a story of doom and gloom. It is also a story of how we can invigorate our economy for the 21st century. The challenge of how we address climate change is also an opportunity to transform our country into the leader in clean energy technologies. And it is what the Clean Economy, Jobs, and Innovation Act will do. This bill authorizes unprecedented investments in clean energy technologies in every power generating segment. It also authorizes investments to modernize our electric grid, which is essential to us actually using new clean energy. Finally, it invests in storage technologies so that we can expand the use of intermittent power sources like wind and solar without putting reliability at risk, as well as enable the efficient integration of a broad range of clean energy technologies onto the grid. The Science Committee contributed 16 bills to HR 4447. All of these bills are bipartisan, which is something that I'm very proud of. Most of these bills have been through regular order in the Science Committee, which is also something I'm very proud of. And these bills have been endorsed by a host of groups, from NRDC to the Nature Conservancy to the Chamber of Commerce and the National Association of Manufacturers. I'd like to highlight the work of our former Energy Subcommittee Chairman, Connor Lamb, and the current Subcommittee Chair, Lizzie Fletcher, who helped to shepherd these bills through the Science Committee. I'd also like to thank Ranking Member Frank Lucas for his involvement on all of these bills. We couldn't always reach an agreement on each one of these bills, but he was always willing to negotiate, and we did that. For that reason, a number of these bills are reported out of the committee on voice votes. I look forward to working with Chairman Pallone and you, Mr. McGovern, as we move these bills to the floor. I thank you and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Representative Weber.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole. As Ranking Member of the Energy Subcommittee on the House Committee on Science, Space, and Technology, I'm here this afternoon to testify on behalf of my Science Committee Republican colleagues in our opposition to H.R. 4447, the Clean Economy Jobs and Innovation Act, what I call the 900-page gorilla in the room. And I do want to associate my comments with our good friend John Shimkus here. Mr. Chairman, H.R. 4447 includes across-the-board increases in funding for the Department of Energy's applied energy programs, with more than $35 billion with a B dollars in spending by 2025. Many of the clean energy technologies that this bill focuses on have already successfully matured into competitive renewable energy industries. Using limited federal research funds to further prop up today's industries seems to gain short-term payoffs, but it is not, and I repeat, it is not a winning strategy for America. It's just not going to provide viable long-term solutions to global climate change, nor significantly strengthen the United States leadership in clean energy technologies for the next generation. Science Committee Republicans support an all-of-the-above energy strategy with targeted investment in clean energy technologies. And what that means is supporting basic and early-stage research where American industry lacks the means or the incentive to step in, addressing the complex needs of the electric grid of the future and focusing on the highest risk, highest rewards projects like those funded by DOE's ARPA-E program. But an all-of-the-above energy strategy is not actually helped by providing substantial increases in funding for every applied energy office at DOE, seemingly a significant priority in that 900-page gorilla H.R. 4447. With our national debt at $26 trillion with a T dollars and rising, we simply cannot afford to grow every R&D program in perpetuity. It is our responsibility to invest in R&D where it matters absolutely the most. By not including the Office of Science Legislation in H.R. 4447, Democrats have shown they're just not interested in developing the new technologies necessary to fight climate change. Instead, sounds like they're paying lip service to clean energy while picking winners and losers among existing industries. Oftentimes, losers, can you say Solyndra, for example? Worse, they've shown that they fundamentally misunderstand the challenges facing the U.S. energy sector and research process. DOE's Office of Science represents more than half of the department's entire civilian federal R&D portfolio, and for good reason. While DOE's applied energy offices play an important role in improving the energy efficiency of various energy subsectors, discoveries made through the Office of Science are the driving force behind the development of next generation energy technologies. The way to invest in the future is by supporting basic research. It's the only way to move forward. Throwing more money at existing industries isn't going to cut it nor our deficit. If we are serious about climate change, economic growth, U.S. leadership in science and technology, then we should be equally serious about support of the Office of Science. Historically, the Office of Science has received strong bipartisan support from the Science Committee. Last Congress, the committee passed H.R. 589, the Department of Energy Research and Innovation Act, landmark legislation that authorized the Office of Science and laid the groundwork for revitalizing U.S. global competitiveness in science and technology. This Congress, Science Committee Republicans took significant steps to build on this success by supporting Ranking Member Lucas's bill, H.R. 5685, the Securing American Leadership in Science and Technology Act. This bipartisan legislation would double funding for the Office of Science while supporting key energy issues like technology transfer, research infrastructure at the national labs, workforce development, and international research projects. By contrast, Science Committee Democrats have largely ignored this area of agreement and have worked almost exclusively on providing funding increases for DOE's applied energy programs, with an excessive focus on DOE's already well-funded Office of Energy and Renewable Energy. This bill is the end product of that misguided approach. I'd like to support my Republican colleagues' observations that while H.R. 4447 does include some bipartisan provisions, it is not in reality a bipartisan product. This bill was drafted without Republican input, Mr. Chairman, includes several partisan Science Committee bills, as well as provisions that have had little to no legislative consideration. Vetting bills through the committee system with regular order gives members times to fully consider and improve the policy together. To post a 900-page, $135 billion bill 1 week and have it on the floor the next is no way to legislate. With so much at stake, we owe it to the American people to work together on a productive way forward. Still, Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence, it's not too late to get things done. We should set aside this partisan messaging exercise and work together to move separately on suspension the bipartisan clean energy products, which all have close Senate companions and strong bipartisan Senate interest. These include H.R. 4091, the ARPA-E Reauthorization Act, H.R. 5374, the Advanced Geothermal Research and Development Act, H.R. 2986, the BEST Act. It's my hope we can put aside this bloated and misguided bill and return to working together to accomplish our goals for clean energy this Congress. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your indulgence. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Chairman Grijalva.
Thank you very much, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole, and good afternoon to the members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to share my views with you in support of the environmental justice provisions included in the Clean Economy, Jobs, and Innovation Act. The community where I grew up and now have the privilege to represent is a beautiful natural resource with hardworking people. Like many communities across the country, neighbors work hard and tried as best they could to keep their families safe and healthy, and give their kids and their children an opportunity and a chance to be successful and to prosper in our country. In my community, like many others, residents discovered that the aquifer that we had relied on for many, many years for our drinking water had been contaminated by industry and the Air Force Base with discharges and posed serious health threats. Incidents of cancer, lupus, complications during pregnancies all began to rise. And as I looked around our region here, the data was clear that these were being, those who were being most impacted were communities of color, indigenous communities, and low-income communities. Sadly, this is not a unique story. It is repeated in environmental justice communities across this country, and it is time that we change that. The environmental justice provision included in Title 11 of this legislation are proven policy solutions that were developed by environmental justice communities to bring an end to the inequities and injustice with our environmental laws that cause more harm to some communities over others, that enable some communities to enjoy the benefits of environmental protections while others are structurally excluded from those benefits. These provisions strengthen our civil rights protections so that certain communities are not disproportionately impacted by federal actions, and ensure that EJ communities can respond through the courts when they are being discriminated against. Title 11 provisions ensure greater agency accountability in addressing environmental justice accountability in addressing environmental justice and provides the executive branch with the tools to better coordinate and a strategy and a response. Importantly, these provisions also provide community-based organizations on the ground with greater resources to develop capacity, conduct research, provide public input, and implement effective community-led solutions to acute environmental justice challenges. Sadly, in this country, your zip code is still the greatest indicator of your quality of life and public health outcomes. Study after study has given insights into why that is, and the pandemic that we now find ourselves in has made clear that the inequities that exist in our environmental protections do have devastating consequences. For environmental justice communities, these consequences are severe. The environmental justice provisions included in these legislation is not a magic bullet to eliminating these inequities, but they are sorely needed. They are sorely needed step in the right direction. They are not extreme or groundbreaking policy innovation, but they are effective strategies for addressing environmental justice, restoring equal protection of our environment and public health. They are not radical, they're not a radical reform of government, but they do provide greater accountability and coordination from our federal agencies. They will not solve the cumulative impact of pollution sources that have been concentrated in environmental justice communities for years upon years, but they will provide mechanisms for our communities to be informed and heard from when the project could put their health in jeopardy or increased exposure at jeopardy. They will provide communities with the tools and the resources, quite frankly, to defend themselves. Now, I want to thank you for allowing me to speak before you today, and I urge my colleagues' support of Title 11 of the legislation and the legislation overall. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. And last but certainly not least, Representative Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cole, I want to thank you for the opportunity to join you today. HR 4447 started out as an 8-page bill, and this bill expanded to nearly 900 pages, many of which is under the jurisdiction of the Natural Resources Committee, where I sit. Mr. Chairman, to take a step back, you can look at the United States today, and we're actually the global leader in reducing emissions. The United States, I'm going to say it again, we are the global leader in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Today, we are, last time I checked, I believe we're still the global leader in investing in energy research and development, to the tune of the United States actually investing more in research and development related to energy than every other country in the world combined. It's an extraordinary statistic. Now, as the United States has reduced emissions, China has increased emissions 4 tons for every 1 ton that we've reduced our emissions out of the United States. Under the Paris Accords, China's going to be able to increase their emissions by an additional 50%. Today, Mr. Chairman, they're emitting more than the United States, the European Union, and Japan combined. And so our efforts in the United States are more than offset and will be in the future without stronger international action, preventing China and other countries from offsetting the progress that the United States has achieved over the past few years. And I want to say it again, leading the world. Mr. Chairman, further, when you look at some of the energy resources in the United States that I think this bill fails to look at, for example, one of the reasons that the United States has succeeded to the extent that it has is because of our utilization or transition to natural gas, to domestically produce natural gas. That's one of the reasons why we have been so successful in reducing emissions. As a matter of fact, there was a research paper that came out of a report that came out of the National Energy Technology Labs. I don't remember if it was September or October of last year. It shows that U.S. natural gas has a 41 to 47% lower emissions profile than Russian gas. And so by the United States exporting natural gas to some of our allies in Central and Eastern Europe, we're reducing global emissions. We're helping to complement some of the efforts in the United States. Look, I want to thank Mr. Pallone and Mr. Chairman Pallone and Ranking Member Walden. I know that there are a number of bills contained in here that actually do have bipartisan support, and I am a strong proponent of some provisions in the bill. But there was a lot of text added to this. I'll say it again, the bill started 8 pages and it's ballooned to nearly 900 pages. Some of the text in here, once again, is under the Natural Resources Committee jurisdiction that has not seen the light of day. I heard Mr. Weber talking about the price tag of this bill being $135 billion. Mr. Chairman, if we're already spending more money than everyone else, why aren't we simply recalibrating our existing research and development dollars and strategy and not putting $135 billion on top of it whenever this year already we have seen the greatest deficit that our nation has ever seen because of all the spending that has already occurred? When you want to talk about civil rights and environmental justice, what about the fact that some of this bill follows the model that we've seen in California that has twice the electricity cost of my home state of Louisiana? And you have communities of color that are suing the state of California because of the disparate impact on those very communities, which this bill largely progresses or promotes. Even some of the provisions in the legislation related to requiring the federal government to transition to electric vehicles. Mr. Chairman, we don't have the capacity right now. There are blackouts and brownouts in California. We don't have the capacity to generate the electricity to handle those vehicles. As a matter of fact, if we were to transition all of our vehicles in the United States, we'd be looking at 3 to 4 times the electricity demand that we currently produce today, and our grid already can't handle it. And I'm aware that there are provisions in here on looking at the grid and trying to address some of those deficiencies. But Mr. Chairman, at the end of the day, where we need to be focusing is we should be focusing on bipartisan solutions. We should be focusing on building upon the successes that has allowed the United States to reduce emissions more than the next 12 emissions reducing countries combined. We should be building upon those successes. We should be focusing on the permitting and regulatory process that is thwarting or preventing projects from moving forward. And just to give an example, my previous life, 2 jobs back, I actually did environmental restoration. We often were wrestling with environmental laws like NEPA because they were preventing us or thwarting us from being able to restore our own environment. You've heard Secretary Chow come out and say, I believe it's the average transportation project now takes 7 years to go through a NEPA analysis. And of course, construction on those projects is often a fraction of that time. Mr. Chairman, I'll say it again. I do appreciate some of the bipartisan provisions in here, but this private right of action is duplicative under NEPA, is duplicative of some of the existing authorities, including the community impact report requirements, is duplicative of existing authorities under NEPA. The Civil Rights Act already provides for prevention of discrimination, and rather than working to make the regulatory and permitting process more efficient, this actually makes it more complicated, more expensive, and probably delays it even greater. In closing, Mr. Chairman, I also serve, in addition to serving on the Transportation Committee and the Natural Resources Committee, I serve as the ranking member of the Climate Committee. And I have found a number of inconsistencies with the report that the Democrat staff of the Climate Committee have issued in regard to their priorities and objectives. I will commit to Chairman Pallone, to you and others. I would be happy to sit down with you and work with you all on bipartisan legislation that would truly advance lower emissions and cleaner energy solutions moving forward. But I think that this bill largely misses the mark. With that, Mr. Chairman, yield back and happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you very much. I want to thank everybody on the panel. Let me just say at the beginning here that Mr. Cole said that that HR 4447 represents the left's wish list. Well, as somebody who's been characterized as being on the left, let me tell you, there are a lot of things that I would have liked in this bill that are not in the bill. And you should all be happy that I'm not the chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee, because there'd be a lot of things in here that I'm sure that my colleagues would object to. I also just say this: you know, we're way behind in terms of taking the issue of the climate crisis seriously, and it's still frustrating to me that we have people in government at the highest levels who don't believe it's real. You know, I'm still disappointed that the president decided to walk away from the Paris Climate Accord when, quite frankly, we should be taking a leadership role on this issue. But you know, we have to do something, and we have to do something quickly because we're behind. And I think what we need to do is, quite frankly, even goes beyond this bill. I will support the bill. You know, I thank everybody who's been involved in this. And in terms of questions, I'm going to lead by example. So I'm not going to have any questions. You were also clear that I will now yield to my ranking member, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to be the first to acknowledge you know more about the left than I do. So I take you at your word. We'll disagree with you on the climate change accords. I think it was one of the worst deals the United States ever entered into, and I was very pleased the president pulled out of it. I think we're in a better position to move ahead, frankly, than we would have been had we remained in it. But again, that's a matter for debate, and I recognize that. Let me begin, Mr. Shimkus, with you. You've outlined a number of your concerns, the changes that were made in committee products and provisions that were added in the Rules Committee. That's not uncommon in this Congress. But is this package anything close to the bipartisan ideas that were discussed when many of the components of this package went through the committee?
No, not really.
Let me turn to Mr. Pallone on that, and let me begin, Mr. Chairman, by saying, listen, I listened very seriously to what you had to say, and I consider you one of the most consequential and effective legislators in the Congress, no question about it. So it's a strategy here is to move left so you can move back right in conference. That may be well what you've decided to do, but it does mean you're going to go to conference with a largely partisan product. And the Senate's going to come in with a largely bipartisan product, and I think that's going to actually strengthen them in the bargaining. My personal opinion would be we'd be better off to have a bipartisan House product sitting down with a bipartisan Senate product. I think that you could bridge the gaps a lot easier. But again, can you tell me why you've chosen to change some of the bills that literally your own committee had passed through regular order with different new provisions that make them, as Mr. Shimkus suggests, and I believe less bipartisan than some of the material that you have been producing?
Well, your questions are difficult to answer because, as I said, the goal here is to come up with a consensus bill with the Senate. And as you know, my counterparts, Lisa Murkowski from Alaska and Joe Manchin from West Virginia, I guess I would say they're certainly not on the left by any means. So I have to be careful what I do here. But I mean, the bottom line is we haven't changed any of the bills in any way that have come out of committee. I think that maybe you don't like, or maybe John Shimkus doesn't like some of the bills that we added because they address some of the climate issues or other things that some Republicans may not like. But I do want to say that we're still focusing on efficiency, resiliency, things that I think we can come to a consensus on, and I have no doubt that some of the bills that Mr. Shimkus don't like will drop out when we meet with the two senators that I mentioned. So this is an effort to try to include a lot of Republican initiatives and some Democratic initiatives that the Republicans may not like in the House. But the goal is to ultimately come to a consensus with the Senate on a bipartisan basis. And I guess I have to leave it at that, Mr. Cole.
Well, that's fair, Mr. Chairman. I wouldn't ask you to tip your hand going into a negotiation, but I will make the point. It makes it more difficult for us to be supportive of the product that you're going to go in with. And I think that unfortunately weakens your hands from a House standpoint. You may well come back with something that is more attractive. As a matter of fact, I'll make a wager with you. Anything you come back with will be more attractive to those on us on our side of the aisle than this particular piece of legislation. But again, I respect you as a legislator, and I mean that quite sincerely. I know you bargain in good faith, and I've seen you craft deals that I certainly could support, and I appreciate that. One more question, if I may. Price tag, Mr. Chairman, on this bill is $135 billion. Are there any offsets in this whatsoever?
You're asking me? Well, and
Yes,
remember,
sir.
of course, you're the appropriator, we're the authorizers. When we talk about the level of funding, we're talking about authorization levels here, not appropriations. There's no mandatory funding or anything of that nature. And you know how it works with authorizing bills. I mean, we try to put in what we think we can achieve, but you guys on appropes don't always appropriate at that level. So.
Well, Mr. Chairman, let me assure you, regardless of which party is in power, authorizing committees always authorize more money than we have. And we live within a budget deal that's passed by the majority party, and can't go beyond the numbers that we've gotten our allocation. So I will just tell you, as a word to a very wise authorizer, you're going in with a pretty big number there with no offsets that I can assure you, no matter who's running the appropriations committee, they're going to have an awful hard time coming up with that kind of money. So I would hope that that number can come down, and maybe in the course of your negotiations with the Senate, you can find some offsets. But if it comes back like this, it's going to be very tough for any appropriator on either side. Literally, we pass a lot of authorization bills around here that never get funded, and I regret that, quite frankly. But it's again, the ways of this body, frankly, better than I do and better than most. So with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I want to thank all the witnesses, by the way, for your testimony. It's been very helpful and very useful, and can't support this legislation as it stands today, but good luck in your negotiation, Mr. Chairman. Maybe something different will come back and we can chat.
Thank
you.
you.
Back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Well, thank you for your succinctness. I appreciate it. And we'll go to Mr. Hastings. I don't know if he, Ms. Torres. I know Mr. Perlmutter's not here. Let me go to, let's see who's here. Let me go to Mr. Raskin. Unmute. You got to unmute. There you go.
Can you
Okay.
hear me now?
Yes.
I'm good. Okay, I'm sorry. What is the vote on? I have no questions.
Terrific. Thank you. Okay.
No
Good. Thanks. We'll now go to Mr. Woodall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If it's of any value, I would tell you that succinctness is helpful when you have 38 different bills combined into one. Bringing those bills individually might provide all members with a chance to speak. I was just as surprised as I could be to listen to Mr. Graves' testimony of all the partnership opportunities that were missed, to listen to Mr. Weber's testimony of all the partnership opportunities that were missed, to listen to Mr. Shimkus's testimony of all the partnership opportunities that were missed. Here we are going into a election year where folks think we can't agree on anything, and every witness testified that we actually agree on lots of things, and it's as if we're going out of our way to create disagreement where it doesn't exist. Let me start with Mr. Pallone. In answering Mr. Cole's question about the language that has been put together in HR 4447, Mr. Pallone, I thought I heard you to say that as the bills came out of committee, is the way they are printed in the Rules Committee print, that no changes were made between the way your committee reported the language and the language that sits before us today? Did I understand you correctly?
No, I mean, I think that's largely true, but I think that there are some bills that that are in here that, that are more I don't know what the word is, I guess climate oriented, that, Mr. Shimkus would not want included. But no, for the most part, the bills that were bipartisan and that were reported out of committee on a bipartisan basis haven't been changed much, if that answers your question.
It does, and I'll ask Mr. Shimkus the same question, because I'm still going through these 900 pages, but my understanding is that the Rules Committee print that is before me does have changes from what came out of committee, that we had bipartisan measures that were introduced in committee, that came out of committee in a bipartisan way, that have been changed so that they are less bipartisan today. Have I gotten bad information, Mr. Shimkus, or?
No, I'll give you, I'm sorry, to my colleague, I'll just give you one example. The workforce development provision had workforce development money for nuclear. Now, you're from Georgia. You know how big nuclear power is. I'm from a big nuclear power state. I believe in base load, zero emissions to help the grid. That was taken out. Workforce development grants in the fossil fuel sector. I just think that, my friends on the left hate fossil fuels. And you would think if you're going to displace fossil fuel generation with green generation, you at least want to help workforce development for those people to transition.
Let me go back to Mr. Pallone just briefly. Certainly in a time where the economy is changing rapidly, workforce development dollars are something that we've supported in a bipartisan way. What Mr. Graves said about natural gas profiles and the way American natural gas is replacing Russian natural gas in a way that's a net positive for the environment, certainly true. What we're doing in nuclear in Georgia is changing us from having been the largest coal-producing utility in the country now to having the largest and expanding green portfolio, and adding nuclear yet on top of the green portfolio. Why would we take what came out of committee in that bipartisan way on issues that we all care about, workforce development, and strip those out before it comes to the floor? Or was that a Rules Committee decision, hence the Rules Committee print?
Well, let me say this. First of all, one of the Republicans who spoke, one of my colleagues who spoke as a witness, said, or maybe it was Mr. Cole, who said that they believe in all, energy sources. In other words, as Mr. Shimkus knows, I'm not someone who's against nuclear or against any form of energy. I certainly do realize that certain fossil fuel industries, coal, for example, and, keep in mind that Mr. Manchin is from coal country, are going to be very concerned about the impact on coal and the workforce development. So, how we exactly went about this, in detail, I can't respond right now, but I want to stress to everyone that this is a work in progress, and that after it passes the House, I'm sure that, when I go over to the Senate, Mr. Manchin in particular are going to be concerned about coal country, and changes can be made. We also have a manager's amendment, which is going to come up today, that makes some additional changes as well. I'm just trying to say that overall, we didn't make much in the way of changes to, in my opinion, to the bills that were bipartisan. Some bills were added as part of the package, which maybe the Republicans don't like. I don't think there were many changes. There were certainly some, and more changes can be made as we proceed to an informal conference.
I certainly recognize the committee's prerogative, both the Energy and Commerce Committee and the Rules Committee's prerogative, to add partisan legislation to bipartisan legislation, and I might not like it, but I've probably been a part of it in the past as well. My concern is that when we manage this rule on the floor, we're going to hear time and time again about the bipartisan foundations of this rule, as we did from every Republican witness that testified today. And my concern is that we did have good bipartisan work products that we may have gone out of our way to change. Mr. Shimkus, is there anything else that leaps to mind from your examination of these 900 pages? And I'm thinking about the minority members that would have partnered on these these bills, and were they informed of any of these changes?
Will the gentleman just suspend for 1 second? I think, Mr. Burgess, you have to mute yourself, otherwise we get all this feedback. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me respond to that question, if I may, Mr. Chairman. There was another one where authorization levels went up. I agree with my colleague, Tom Cole. If the authorizers aren't responsible in looking at public policy and how the agencies are supposed to implement them and at least show some fiscal constraint, how do we expect the appropriators to appropriate money in a proper way? So with the Diesel Engine Reduction Act, that authorization level was bipartisan, voted out of the full committee, and it was raised in this committee rules committee print. So there's another change. So we can point to quite a few of those in the process. I guess the most frustrating thing is the continued attack on nuclear power. We've got a lot of bipartisan nuclear power bills or transportation issues as far as pipelines and the grid issues that just don't seem to be able to make the cut when we try to get a major energy bill to the floor.
Mr. Weber, let me ask you about the materials coming out of the Science Committee. The chairwoman talked about the bipartisan foundation on which many of those bills were crafted. Are they still in a form today that committee Republicans who supported them coming out of committee are going to be able to support them still, or have they changed along the way?
Well, we'd have to take each bill one by one, Rob, to figure that out. There was some bipartisanship, but I will tell you, being the ranking member on Subcommittee on Energy, we haven't seen a lot of it. And most of it's kind of what my colleague, Mr. Shimkus, is talking about. They're doing a number on fossil fuels or doing a number on nuclear energy. I don't understand why. We could go back and renegotiate those, but it would, as I think you pointed out, it would take time. And in the name of bipartisanship, and what people already think we're incapable of working together, why wouldn't we? Let me just add real quick, if I may, great comments by Garrett Graves from Louisiana on natural gas, because if Russian natural gas is American gas is 40% lower emissions than Russian natural gas, not only does that help our economy, it hurts Russia's economy. It helps take CO2 out of the atmosphere. Why wouldn't we want to do that? Why wouldn't that be part of this bill? I don't get it. But yes, the Republicans have some good input on bills if we could just get those to the floor. And I yield back.
And Mr. Graves, let me ask you, because of your work on the Climate Select Committee, you are kind of at ground zero of what people think of as wedge issues that divide us. But almost the entirety of your testimony was about issues that you either have already worked with folks on, that you're willing to work with folks on, that you want to work with folks on, and also a tale not of America shrinking from a leadership opportunity, but America rising to a leadership opportunity and fulfilling it. Is it clear to you, again, because the Select Committee is thought of as kind of a partisan ground zero, why it is we might have taken a more partisan tack today instead of working on those partnership ideas that you addressed so clearly?
Thank you, Congressman Woodall. Congressman, I think that when you go out and you talk to the average American, there's so much misinformation and there's so much emotion behind this issue. Many folks believe that the United States is the demon on this, that we are the worst in the world, when the facts show, you put emotion aside, you look at black and white data, the facts show that the United States is the global leader, and it's not even close, not even close. And so I think that as you indicated, as I said before, there is so much opportunity for us to double and triple down on the bipartisan solutions that have allowed us to be the global leader here. And I think that the only reason that you could justify any type of diversion from that otherwise bipartisan strategy that's caused us to be the global leader and to force this 180 whenever you're not failing. You make abrupt changes when you're failing. When you're leading, you don't. You double and triple down on your successful strategies. So the only reason that possibly could be the case is for politics, trying to play on this emotion and play on this misinformation that's out there. Lastly, I keep hearing people talking adversely about coal country. I think Mr. Cole does a great job, and I think his area in Oklahoma is fantastic. So,
But, Mr. Chairman, I have frequently regretted the opportunities for partnership that we have missed out on. I certainly recognize, as Mr. Pallone talked about, the nature of trying to look forward to the conference committee and to your negotiating position. But I think of so many measures that are included in these 38 separate bills, including funding for ARPA-E, which I have supported since my first day in Congress, things that many folks have gone out of their way to step out on a limb sometimes to partner with one another, and rather than reinforcing that effort, rather than giving a positive reinforcement to folks who have tried to come together in ways that were sometimes uncomfortable, we are now putting those folks who have supported so many of these bipartisan bills in a position where they're now going to have to vote no on the cobbled together package, because yes, they supported the bipartisan measures, but no, they don't support the Green New Deal wish list measures. And I hope that does not do lasting damage, because I know these partnerships are important to you. They're important to Chairman Pallone. They're important to everyone who wants to move forward in as Mr. Cole stated so eloquently, in a lasting bipartisan way. We can each yank the pendulum back and forth when we're in control, but that's not what any of us came here to do. We came here to make lasting differences for our constituents and for the country. And I hope we're not going to miss an opportunity to do that today. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Ms. Scanlon? Mr. Morelli?
I'm going to follow your lead, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to pass on any questions.
Mr. Chairman, if I could I ask for unanimous consent for two items to place in the record? The first, thank you very much. First one is a statement of administration policy, which says if HR 4447 were presented to the president as currently written, his advisors would recommend a veto. The second item, Mr. Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent to submit for the record the testimony of Mr. Stauber in favor of amendments 54 and 85 to HR 4447. 54 expands the Buy American requirement to include further critical minerals, and Amendment 85 requires the Secretary of Commerce to certify no child labor will be used to fulfill energy goals and infrastructure in the
Without objection, thank you. So,
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Morelli yields back. Dr. Burgess.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I won't take a lot of time, but I do want to associate myself with the comments made by Mr. Woodall that the lost opportunity for working on these energy measures in a bipartisan way is really too bad. I do have a number of amendments that I've submitted to try to improve the work product that is HR 4447. Just very briefly, to extend the 45Q construction deadline by 2 years. It actually expires here at the end of this month. Asking the Secretary to certify that no part of this legislation will reduce the energy independence of the United States. The Secretary also should certify that no part of this legislation will increase electric rates or gasoline rates outside of normal market forces. Streamlines the import and export of energy products across international borders and improves the presidential permitting process. And the Secretary shall report to Congress on potential duplication of research efforts across the Department of Energy applied energy programs, and include recommendations on how to streamline the research process and the impact of combining duplicative projects. So with that, Mr. Chairman, those are amendments that I have offered, and I hope the committee will make them in order, and I will yield back my time.
Thank you very much. Shalala.
Mr. Chairman, I'll take your lead. I have no questions.
Thank you. Let's go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a couple of things I want to say. First of all, I want to add my condolences to the family of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. I disagreed with a number of her opinions, but I don't think anyone can disagree that she was a strong woman and really quite a fighter. In my notes that I have on this bill, it says 15 of the 38 bills in this package contain at least one Republican co-sponsor. So that's less than a majority. And of those, only 8 of those 15 bills with GOP co-sponsors had a committee markup. I also show that 23 bills in this package are completely partisan, and only 7 of those partisan bills had any committee markup, and that's very concerning. I do have a question for Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus, in Mr. Chairman Pallone's opening statement, he said, quote, "Most bills are bipartisan." And would you agree with that? Because what I have shows that it is not. The majority are actually not bipartisan.
Yeah, listen, Frank Pallone's a good friend of mine, and he's gracious, and he is trying to manage, as you've heard him say, getting a bill through the floor of the House so that he can eventually negotiate. I think he's adequately outlined the concerns that Republicans have. The bills that were bipartisan, when he stripped a few provisions out of those bills, yeah, they were bipartisan, but are they bipartisan anymore? I would question that. And listen, they have a problem with fossil fuels. They have a problem with pipelines. They have a problem with quickly moving to develop the transmission grid and siting, and they have huge challenges. I think Frank has done his best, but as we've seen, the committees have lost power in Washington, D.C. They can't stand on their own, and they have to bow to the leadership of the House. And in this case, to get this thing across the floor, I think that's what's happened.
Thank you, Mr. Shimkus. And I also want to say to Representative Graves that I thought you brought out some really important points, especially about California and how I think you said minority groups are suing California over their very high utility rates. And I'm from Arizona, and in Arizona, our utility companies actually get paid from California to accept their renewable energy at certain times of the year, which is absolute craziness. And the people that are paying for that are the California consumers. And so I certainly don't want Arizona or the nation to turn into California with their blackouts, and some of, in my opinion, crazy policies. So I do hope, Chairman Pallone and others, that we can agree on bipartisan bills that we can actually cross the finish line. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Ms. Matsui.
Mr. Chairman, I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does any other member of the committee wish to ask a question? Seeing and hearing none, I would like to thank our witnesses for your testimony. You're now excused. We will hear additional testimony in HR 4447 at the end of the hearing portion of our meeting. I would now like to call up our next panel to testify on HR 6210, the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, and HR 6270, the Uyghur Forced Labor Disclosure Act of 2020. We're going to welcome Subcommittee Chairman Bera, Representative Smith of New Jersey, Representative Wexton, Representative Timmons, and Representative Swazi. As they all come on board, let me just say we're delighted that everybody is here. And without objection, any written materials you submit to rules documents at mail.house HRSA.gov before the conclusion of this hearing will be entered into the record. And I would now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Berra.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole. I'm going to keep my comments focused on the foreign affairs portion of HR 6210, the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. And I want to recognize Chairman McGovern's real leadership on this bill, and getting this to the Rules Committee and then to the floor. Obviously, in my role as chair of the Subcommittee on Asia and the Pacific, we've been paying quite close attention to the atrocities that are taking place in China and in Xinjiang. And, as more comes to light, the forced labor camps and forcing the Uyghur population to work in these camps. We've noticed a few reports coming out of Australia as well as other think tanks, identifying it. And, we think this is an issue of American values. And when we think about this issue, we really do think we have to direct the Secretary of State to assess the situation, to take a look at what's going on, and then to come back and present a report on how we should work with our companies to make sure we're not purchasing products that are being developed with forced labor. And so I'm going to keep my comments short and certainly answer questions. And I'm glad to be on here in a bipartisan way with my good friend and colleague, Congressman Smith, who's been a lifelong advocate of human rights. So I will yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And I'm now happy to yield to my friend and colleague, Mr. Smith, who we both serve on the China Commission, and we serve on the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission. And Chairman Berra is correct when he characterizes him as a leader on human rights issues, not only in China, but all around the world. And so we're happy to welcome you here.
Thank you very much, Chairman McGovern, for your kind comments, and Chairman Berra, Dr. Berra. And to Tom Cole, my good friend and colleague, it's great to see you again, at least on this virtual network. And thank you for, as the prime co-sponsor, the Republican co-sponsor of this bill, the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act of HR 6210. This is another example of bipartisanship in trying to confront a hideous evil that's happening and unfolding every single day in Xinjiang, Uyghur Autonomous Region. About 1.8 million people, and that's a conservative estimate, are in concentration camps, forced labor. Parents are forcibly separated from their children, who are re-educated by the state in separate schools and orphanages. Torture is absolutely commonplace in our commission, as you know, Mr. Chairman. We've had hearings where we've heard people who have suffered torture, women who have been so horribly abused by Xi Jinping's goons, and it's unprecedented in a way because China has had a very bad record of human rights. This is like, it can't get any worse than this. Women are forced to undergo forced abortions and sterilizations, all designed to reduce the Uyghur population. And the Chinese Communist government has created a digitized surveillance system so intrusive that all parts of daily life are monitored constantly. We shouldn't be surprised. Xi Jinping has been doing this in part throughout all of China. Look what he just did to Hong Kong. We certainly tried our best in the administration as well to mitigate the damage being done to the Hong Kongers. But this, what we're talking about, is genocide. You look at the Genocide Convention, to which we are ratifiers and signatories to. This fits it as very few crimes that are committed around the world. This is a genocide. For its part, the administration has put 40 Chinese companies on the entity list. They have named individuals who are now sanctioned pursuant to the Magnitsky, global Magnitsky sanctions. And there are a lot of other actions that have been taken, and Secretary Pompeo repeatedly condemns what Xi Jinping and others are doing within this dictatorship to the Uyghurs. At its core, the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act prohibits imports from Xinjiang to the United States by creating a rebuttable presumption that all goods produced in the region are made with forced labor, unless U.S. Customs and Border Protection certifies by clear and convincing evidence that goods were not produced with forced labor. We have a very similar precedent for this vis-a-vis North Korea, which was passed, and members might recall, back in 2017. The Countering America's Adversaries Through Sanctions Act, Section 302A of that legislation has this rebuttable presumption. There are also other parts to it that seek to further advance the coordination to make sure that U.S. companies are not complicit, and then that there is disclosure via the SEC, so that similar to what was done with blood diamonds and some other terrible misuses of corporations. Nobody wants to be complicit in this, so that part of the legislation I think will help everyone, U.S.-based companies, to not in any way be party to this terrible crime being committed every single day. So I thank you. It's a very bipartisan bill. There are 67 co-sponsors, 21 GOP. The rest are Democrats, but it is a very good effort. Kathy McMorris Rogers, for example, is on it. Even as I looked at the list again, Mark Meadows was a co-sponsor of it, although of course he's not here anymore. So it just underscores, I think, that we need to be pushing hard for this. There's good precedent for it, that it does have an impact. Again, we want to be standing with the oppressed, not the oppressor. And I thank my good friend for his leadership. And Dr. Barr, thank you as well.
Thank you very much. Appreciate very much your comments. I'll now turn to the Honorable Jennifer Wexton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cole, and members of the committee for inviting me to testify on the Uyghur Forced Labor Disclosure Act. This bill is a critical and long overdue human rights disclosure bill that will inform investors and the markets of publicly traded companies' either passive complicity or active exploitation of one of the most pressing and ongoing human rights violations of our lifetime. As you are all aware, for years, the government of the People's Republic of China has been engaged in the mass imprisonment and internment of religious minorities in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. Guised as education centers, it is estimated that more than 1 million people have been interred in forced labor concentration camps across Xinjiang, where they are forced to manufacture goods that are exported to producers and consumers around the world. Because of the well-documented and massive scale of abuses committed in the region, Xinjiang has become globally notorious for human rights violations, including the extensive use of forced labor. Shockingly, reports show that a number of our nation's publicly traded companies still utilize products originating in or sourced from Xinjiang, knowing full well that the product was most likely made using forced labor. My legislation, the Uyghur Forced Labor Disclosure Act, would require the SEC to issue rules requiring publicly traded companies to annually disclose imports of manufactured goods and materials that originate or are sourced from the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. Because of the strong likelihood that products from Xinjiang were created using forced labor from concentration camp prisoners, companies that import products and materials from Xinjiang face greater legal, reputational, and financial risks that may impact both their short and long-term value. Just as important, shareholders and consumers have the right to know whether their hard-earned dollars are being invested in companies whose supply chains benefit from the forced labor of religious minorities interred in these camps. It's critical that publicly traded companies disclose this so that investors have the information they need to make the best investment decisions possible and to ensure that no parts of our markets or economy utilize forced labor or are complicit in the further violations of human rights. This bill, along with Chairman McGovern's HR 6210, send a strong message that the United States economy and finance will not tolerate human rights abuses. In particular, 6210 provides for sanctions, which would complement the disclosure framework embodied in this bill. HR 6210 would also round out these disclosures by requiring other non-import related disclosures that are critical to assessing how U.S. traded companies are connecting to the Xinjiang region. In closing, I urge that the committee advance the Uyghur Forced Labor Disclosure Act to the House floor and request the committee to provide an appropriate rule for its consideration. And I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. I'd like to yield now to the Honorable William Timmons.
Well, thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify here today. Committee Republicans are opposed to HR 6270, and I want to clarify that my remarks are directed exclusively to that bill. Let me state unequivocally, Republicans support holding bad actors in the Chinese Communist Party accountable. This is especially true for those who commit human rights atrocities against the Uyghur people. In fact, the Trump administration has taken meaningful action to punish human rights violators in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, or XUAR. This includes recent sanctions in addition to the Commerce Department's entity list. Bottom line, sanctioning is the most effective way to punish bad actors, not through our securities law, as HR 6270 seeks to do. This bill will only harm our capital markets by piling onto the already numerous disclosure requirements and will reduce the number of public companies. This harms everyday investors. I would remind my Democrat colleagues that the Securities and Exchange Commission's mission is to protect investors, maintain fair, orderly, and efficient markets, and facilitate capital formation. Nothing in their mission has anything to do with foreign policy. Yet this bill requires the SEC to issue rules requiring American companies to disclose imports of specific manufactured goods from the XUAR region and does so for foreign policy purposes, not investment purposes. This is not sound policy. Both the Treasury and State Department handle foreign policy and sanctions, and they do it well. But this isn't the first time that my colleagues across the aisle have tried to use securities laws to enforce human rights violations. Section 1502 of the Dodd-Frank Act mandated disclosures relating to the use of conflict minerals that originated in the Democratic Republic of the Congo or an adjoining country. This disclosure requirement was an expensive disaster. Even Democrat estimates put it at costing over $7 billion, and the provisions led to devastating job losses for tens of thousands of Africans. Let's not make that same mistake again. This is mandating compliance with a potentially impossible disclosure regime requiring unknowable information. On top of all of that, when companies try to disclose this impossible to discern information in a manner that later turns out to be mistaken, they would be liable for securities fraud. But it makes sense that this bill is flawed, given that it did not go through a committee markup. Moreover, I would say the committee, let alone committee Republicans, has not had the opportunity to discuss its poorly orchestrated approach and further examine the bill's likely harmful consequences in a public forum. Ultimately, this bill will limit choices for everyday investors, encourage companies to go private, and weaken the health of our public markets. And if the Dodd-Frank conflict minerals experience is any indication, the bill may harm the Uyghurs it claims to be helping. As I said before, we should not repeat the same mistake twice. Mr. Chairman, we've seen bills like this before when my Democrat colleagues don't have policy-based solutions to problems. We saw that in 2010 with conflict minerals. We've seen it with climate change. We've seen it with outsourcing, and we're seeing it now. This is not a real effort to address the issue. Let's be honest, this bill is to help a member in a tough election and to help other Democrats who are concerned that they have not done enough to confront the rising power of China in a meaningful way. For these reasons, committee Republicans oppose HR 6270. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you again for inviting me to testify. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Swazi.
Yeah, thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate you getting this on the Rules Committee today. And Mr. Cole, always good to see you and all the other members of the committee. Thanks so much for your good work. I'm here today on behalf of the Ways and Means Committee, but as Chairman McGovern knows, I'm also on the Congressional Executive Commission on China. And I'm here to testify on behalf of the bipartisan HR 6210. We really need to wake everybody up out of their torpor. You know, it's been reported in the newspapers, but I don't think most Americans realize what's really going on in China right now. It was almost 50 years ago that Nixon first went to China, and we all believed that, you know, over time, the more the Chinese were exposed to our way of life and our capitalist system, they become more like us. That certainly hasn't happened. And we've had hearings on the China Commission. We had a Ways and Means hearing the other day, and you hear things like crimes against humanity, certainly forced labor, forced sterilization, forcing people to eat pork when it violates their religious beliefs, forcing people not to say their prayers, not to participate in religious ceremonies. It's really just hard to imagine that in today's world that this type of forced labor can be going on, but it is. It's not a question. Maybe it's going on. It's kind of going on. Everybody knows it's going on. It's a fact. And we need to hold China accountable for that. So we have rules in place now that say you shouldn't be using goods in your supply chain that come from forced labor. This bill is going to go a step further and say that it's presumed that everything that comes out of Xinjiang is coming from forced labor. So instead of trying to say, oh, this company's okay, but that company's not okay, anything coming out of Xinjiang will be presumed to be produced with forced labor. Now, that's going to be a big issue, and there's going to be more pushback as time goes on. 84% of the cotton that comes out of China, and China is one of the biggest producers of cotton in the world, comes out of Xinjiang. But if anything, if we say we can't use those goods in the United States of America, it's going to force China to hopefully wake up to the reality that they can't conduct themselves this way. They can't continue to behave the way that they're behaving and try and participate in the world economy in the modern world. You can't put people in forced labor camps. You can't monitor every single thing they're doing. You can't force sterilization on people. You can't force people to eat things that violate their religious beliefs. So this is a really big step forward. And I want to commend the chairman for his work on this. I want to commend my good friend, Chris Smith, for his work on this as well as Senator Rubio and so many others on the China Commission. I really appreciate that the Ways and Means Committee has taken this so seriously and is not only requiring in this provision that we presume everything that comes out of Xinjiang is being produced with forced labor unless there is clear and convincing evidence that allows them to rebut that it's not being used by forced labor. It also requires the administration to follow up on the U.S.-Mexico-Canada deal, which required them to have a task force related to forced labor. But they have to lay out what their strategy is, because we really don't know what's going on as far as holding forced labor users accountable. So we need to have that strategy laid out in much better detail. So I want to thank everyone. Again, it's bipartisan. Chris Smith pointed out there's 21 members of the GOP and there's almost 40 members, over 40 members of the Democrats in the House that have supported this. I believe that there's 11 Republican senators and equal number of Democratic senators that have supported this bill as well. And hopefully we can get this made into law and say to China that you're going to be held accountable for this. And that we'll get our corporations, we're going to have to support our corporations, because we're not going to be able to get the our textile companies, for example, is just one industry, there's many industries. They're not going to be able to get their cotton goods out of China as easily. So we should be encouraging other places in the world to grow cotton. Why don't we encourage the Northern Triangle in Central America to start growing cotton? It'll help their economy, it'll help with our immigration issues, and it'll help countervail against China's effort to control this marketplace. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. I think this is going to result in a lot of action on a lot of different people that are going to say, boy, the U.S. is really getting serious about its values. So thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Swazi, and thank you for your leadership on the China Commission and for your commitment to issues related to human rights. Let me just say, just briefly, obviously I support both these bills. I think they're an important statement of our values, as Mr. Swazi pointed out. I think it's unfortunate that some oppose disclosure of possible forced labor in Xinjiang. I think consumers have a right to know if the products that they're buying come from forced labor or genocide. I mean, we are being told that, by a number of human rights organizations that what is occurring there against the Uyghurs may constitute crimes against humanity. And the Uyghur community, the exile community, and word from the Uyghurs in China all support these efforts. In fact, I think as Mr. Smith would tell you, as we have had hearings on these issues over the years in the Human Rights Commission and now on the China Commission, their concern is, what have we been waiting for? This is a horrific situation. And so I look forward to speaking more about these issues tomorrow and later on in the week. But I want to thank everybody for testifying. Appreciate your comments. I'd now like to yield to Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of quick questions. One for Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons, you laid out some particular concerns that you and some of your fellow members on financial services share. Was there any effort to reach out to you and to actually discuss that? There's some sort of fix, because I think we, as the chairman says, in a bipartisan sense, feel very strongly about what's happening to Uyghurs in China, and it would be good if we could speak in a totally unified way in the House, in my view.
Ranking Member Cole, I couldn't agree with Chairman McGovern more about the objective that we're trying to achieve, but using the SEC is not the path to do so. We can do sanctions and other tools in the toolbox. This is not the appropriate tool, and we would love to work with our colleagues across the aisle to achieve the objective, just not this method.
Just out of curiosity, is there a particular amendment or something you'd like to do that would, let us still achieve the objective of the bill but satisfy your concerns?
We'd be happy to propose one. I'm not aware that that was possible at this time.
Okay, I appreciate that very much. Let me go just quickly to Mr. Smith, and I want to join my friend, the chairman, and
What you froze. Okay. Oh,
Tom Cole is frozen.
he was going to pay you a compliment too, Chris, and I think
Mr. Chairman, the Modernization Committee is hoping to get better internet into the Capitol. We'll get that one day.
I hope I'm still alive. Well, we'll come back to Mr. Cole when he gets back. Let me yield to Ms. Torres if she has any.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Woodall. Dr. Burgess.
Mr. Chairman, am I back?
Yes, you're back. Okay.
Thank you. I apologize very much for the technical difficulty, particularly since I was complimenting you as long with Mr. Smith. So I guess that's so out of character that it surprised the machine. But I do want to compliment you. I appreciate very much your work on this issue and the passion with which you approach it. And I certainly appreciate my friend, our good mutual friend from New Jersey, who shares this. I just want to ask my friend, Mr. Smith, quickly. I'm very pleased Leader McCarthy's created the China Task Force, and I'm hopeful at some point my friends will join us in that bipartisan effort. Mr. Smith, can you talk a little bit about some of the other follow-on actions that we might need to take in dealing with China? Again, I'm very supportive of what we're trying to do here, Mr. Chairman. Just curious if there's some other things that my friend from New Jersey thinks we might want to also consider down the road.
You have to unmute. There you go. Okay. There you go.
Okay. Thank you very much for those kind words, and thank you. I mean, you're one of the best members of the House. It's very thoughtful, and I do appreciate your willingness to be, a leader on these issues as well. And Tom Swazi, great to see you. Thank you for your leadership. We've been together on so many of these. Back in 1992, I actually, along with Frank Wolf, right after Tiananmen Square, a year and a half or so later, 2 years, went to a gulag, Beijing prison number 1, where there were 40 Tiananmen Square activists, all of them with head shaved, men who were gone. It was a concentration camp. How we got in is still amazing to me, but we were there. They were making jelly shoes and socks for export. We asked for some samples. As soon as we got back, we got customs to put an import ban on them pursuant to the Smoot-Hawley Act. And that place actually closed down. They replicated it somewhere else. But the problem that is underscored with all of this is an near absolute lack of transparency. And, when you don't care where your goods are coming from, in your supply chain, or if you care only nominally, you are then potentially complicit in this terrible forced labor effort by Xi Jinping. The reason why we have this rebuttable presumption in this, again, we did it with the North Koreans, is because we can't go there. I've already made it clear I'm sanctioned by the Chinese government, can't get a visa. But at the moment I can go there, I want to go there, and I'll go with colleagues who will ask to go to different places, including these concentration camps, having been in one way back in 1992. So lack of transparency, amazingly. And as pointed out by one of my colleagues, cotton, 22% of the cotton in the world's market comes out of Xinjiang. Going into our clothes, going into our shirts, we got to make sure that we're not enabling this crushing of people. So what do we do more? The administration, I think, has done a tremendous job, Secretary Pompeo, as well as President Trump, in pushing Magnitsky sanctions, placing them on people, but more needs to be done, as always, as more names are clearly defined as being abusers. We need to make a determination embedded in this bill. Is this a genocide? I believe it's clear. I read the Genocide Convention over and over. It couldn't be clear, in whole or in part. Killing of members of a group causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of that group. And you go on with all Article 2 of the Genocide Convention. This is clearly a significant violation of that convention. And so I think we need to treat this as genocide, as we did with Darfur and some of the other issues of the past, and take appropriate action. I think by doing this effort, again, saying you can't send this your goods, and the company, and the reason why, and I understand the concern about the disclosure requirements for the SEC, but it becomes part of opening up and providing additional transparency here as well with U.S. corporations around the U.S. stock exchange. So we need to do more. This is the more.
Okay, well, I'll end it there, but thank you very much, my good friend from New Jersey. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for your leadership on this important issue. And thank all my colleagues that have been actively involved, certainly my good friend from New York and others. Very, very comforting to see that we can act and speak in a bipartisan way on this important issue.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Mr. Raskin.
Very much, Mr. Chairman. I too want to commend you and Mr. Smith and Mr. Swazi for your very tough and honorable leadership on this moral crisis we're experiencing. Slavery, compulsory labor was wrong when it was used as part of capitalism in the 18th and 19th centuries, and it's wrong being used as part of communism in the 21st century. And I'm glad that we've got a core bipartisan commitment on it. I'm disappointed that some of our colleagues across the aisle think that it's somehow an illegitimate interference with the workings of business capitalism, that corporations should be forced to engage in these disclosures, when what we're talking about is confronting the enslavement of human beings and compulsory labor, and as Mr. Smith describes it, genocidal policies. So I'm glad that we've got a core bipartisan commitment on this, and I would just want to thank all of you for your leadership in bringing it forward. And we've got to continue to uphold human rights all across the world, wherever it is being threatened by authoritarian states, whether it's communist China or it's the autocrats in Putin's Russia, or Orban in Hungary, or El-Sisi in Egypt, or Duterte in the Philippines, or Erdogan in Turkey. Wherever there are authoritarian threats to the human rights that we hold sacred in America, that are built into our Constitution and our Declaration of Independence, that our civilizing movements have fought for throughout our history, we have got to be on the side of democracy and human rights. So I'm very proud to support this, and I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Lesko.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No questions.
Thank you. Ms. Scanlon. Who's?
Mr. Chairman, this is Woodall.
Oh, I'm sorry. I called you earlier. Let me go to Ms. Scanlon. Do you want to add anything? Okay.
I just had a couple of questions.
Okay, let me go to Ms. Scanlon, then go to you.
Thank you.
I'm just going to entirely second Mr. Raskin's remarks.
Okay, then I'll now go back to Mr. Woodall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard folks characterize what I think were Mr. Timmons' comments about being opposed to disclosure. I didn't understand Mr. Timmons to say that at all. I understood him to say that we're targeting the SEC as the agency to promote disclosure. I don't believe there's a person on this panel who believes that private companies profiteering from this region are less egregious than public companies profiteering from this region. Slavery, as Mr. Raskin characterized it, is every bit as wrong if a privately held company is doing it as if a publicly held company is doing it. But we're using the as Mr. Timmons pointed out, not particularly effective tool of the SEC, which is designed for an entirely different purpose. I wanted to ask Mr. Smith, because I know Mr. Smith's concern and efforts to fight injustice is unquestioned on both sides of the aisle. Do we not have any other tools in our toolbox? Because as I read this language, it is going to absolutely require disclosure from every company that's traded on the New York Stock Exchange, and it is absolutely going to do nothing to stop any sort of supply chain that's going through private companies that are not publicly traded.
No, you got to unmute.
Really appreciate the question. You know, the rebuttable presumption is, in my opinion, the core of the bill, and all of the other aspects are mutually reinforcing aspects to it. You know, we need to say what's going on there, and so many of the items produced there, cotton, which is obviously 22% of the world market, is not insignificant. They will, and the people that are abusing are making profits that are incredibly large, and so that is the core. The idea of having other additional aspects to this is to make sure that we get more disclosure. It's very hard to pierce this hermetically sealed region of the world. It just is very hard, and very often we have a situation where we have to guess. Well, we're done guessing, and I think that's what this bill tries. I mean, I introduced the bill years ago. And Tom Swazi was the chief co-sponsor along with me, and it took years to get passed. Thankfully, it got passed in a different version to require reporting, more reporting. But when you got and this goes back to the Clinton and the George Herbert Walker Bush years, when we had an MOU that was almost not worth the paper it was written on slave-made labor goods, because it required the Chinese government, the communists, to tell us to investigate when there was something that we thought was actionable. Good luck with that. They always come up with a clean bill of health. When I met with the customs people in Beijing at our embassy in the mid-90s, I said, how's that going? And they were like the Maytag repairmen. Those might remember, have no work to do when it comes to this. So we're saying enough is enough. So there are tools, mutually reinforcing tools, and we don't want our corporations and, Michael McCall put out a piece, and he's heading up, as Tom Cole pointed out, the China effort, the task force, that at least 82 global brands, including Apple, Gap, and Nike, are using forced Uyghur labor. He put that out, and I think it's a concern. I had hearings that I chaired in the past where we looked into Apple and others, and the big concern was raised by many of those who testified about the inspectors who would go in and be sold the bill of goods about what was really going on there and give a clean bill of health. Enough is enough with the lack of transparency. We know what's happening to the Uyghur people. They're being crushed. So your question is a great one. Any other additional sanctioning that could be put on this, I think we need to do it. And sanctions do, when they're judiciously and over time applied. If we could get our European friends to join us on this, it would make a huge difference as well. So that Xi Jinping, who really has taken China to new lows, he's in a race to the bottom with North Korea. If we could get more buy-in from other countries as well. But remember this, and I know you all know this. The Chinese Communist Party, the Chinese economy, is an export market. They don't survive if they can't export. So we got to make sure that these exports, that they're not made with slave labor, which is what they're doing in Xinjiang. But thank you for the question.
And agreeing with absolutely everything you said. So often the press release goes out after we've passed an important bill like this one, as if we've solved the problem. As you say, we're taking another swipe at it through publicly held companies, but as I understand it, we're doing nothing about privately held companies, nor are there any penalties if privately held companies then alter their if privately held companies are complicit in masking where that cotton was sourced. There are no penalties there either. It's simply a litigation enforcement procedure done through the SEC disclosure process. And if that's the best we can do, then I know you to be an expert, and I will accept that that's the best we can do. I wonder if it's the easiest thing we can do, but there's actually something more and better that we can do, and we just haven't found the commitment together to do that more.
But Rob, again, if I could, real quick, the rebuttable presumption makes it so that they have to prove, they being an exporter, importer into the U.S. Company, that product has not been made with slave-made goods. It's not a slave labor-made good. That's a huge burden and a shift of the burden of proof, which I think we need because we can't get in there. How do you verify anything in that region where a genocide is occurring? So we need to put, a barrier around it and say nothing's coming out of there into this market.
And Mr. Timmons, if I could just give you a chance at rebuttal, I did not hear you to say at all that you opposed targeting slave labor and eliminating it from the U.S. supply chain, only that the committee had a concern about the SEC as a relatively inefficient enforcer.
That's correct. This has been tried before in 2010 with conflict minerals, and the result was overwhelmingly negative. I mean, $7 billion wasted and tens of thousands of Africans put out of work needlessly. So the question is, how do we accomplish the objective without hitting it with a sledgehammer? We're going to use a scalpel. We're going to fix the problem. There's a number of other attempts that we've made. HR 649 is a great bill with 138 co-sponsors, which would be a step in the right direction. And ultimately, in the XM reauthorization, we attempted to work with our colleagues across the aisle to make meaningful reforms to protect the Uyghurs and to hold the Chinese accountable. And those efforts were not fruitful. So the question is not, do we need to do something? We absolutely must do something to protect the Uyghurs and to hold the Chinese accountable, but we need to be efficient and we need not be overly burdensome in that endeavor. So I want to accomplish this objective. I just believe there's better means to do it.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I just want to make one clarifying point from everyone, if I can. I think Mr. Woodhull was asking about the bill that Mr. Timmons objected to, and Mr. Smith was responding to the bill which Mr. Timmons, as well as I think most Republicans, will support, which is 6210. 6210, which is the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, is what Mr. Smith was talking about, which is the requirement that no goods from Xinjiang can come into the United States of America unless they overcome the presumption that they are being used with forced labor with clear and convincing evidence. So we're banning all the goods. Mr. Timmons is objecting to the other bill, which is related to disclosure, and I don't think Mr. Smith was responding to that particular question. I'm not in a position to respond to it either, but I just wanted to I shouldn't be helping my Republican friends like this, but I figured I would just clarify that there was a little miscommunication going on there.
It's our Uyghur friends that we're helping together, Mr. Swazi, and I very much appreciate your efforts in that respect. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Yeah, thanks. And I just want to just point out that right now companies don't have to disclose their involvement in forced labor right now, and they don't disclose, and that's one of the problems. And and so I support Ms. Wexton's bill because I think it's the least. I think we need to get some clarification as to what the involvement, and they need to have they need to be more affirmative in their knowledge of where they're getting their product from, because I think a lot of companies, unfortunately, pay lip service that they're not for forced labor. They don't like what's happening to the Uyghurs when they know they know full well that a lot of the supplies that they're getting come from that labor. And I don't think Mr. Timmons would want to expand Ms. Wexton's bill, but Mr. Woodall, if you want to add private companies or whatever to that, I mean, maybe that's something that we can talk about. But I don't think that was. I don't think there's an agreement on that. And so I think passing both these bills would be a strong step in the right direction to hold China accountable and actually to stand with the Uyghurs, who desperately need us, need our voices and our efforts here. So I thank you. I now yield to Mr. Morelli. Ms. Shalala?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your leadership and thanks to Mr. Smith and Mr. Swazi as well. You know, Americans want to know if there are everyday products that we use are made using forced labor in China. I support both of these bills and admire the leadership of all of you. I hope this is a template, though, because modern day slavery continues to exist in this world. And we must use every weapon that we have to make certain that we're not using products that are the result of forced labor. I also want to commend Mr. Smith, who I've known for a long time. The forced population control measures in China are unacceptable and horrific. And whether they exist there or any other place in the world, I join you in opposing them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Matsui. I don't think, does any other member of the committee wish to ask a question? Hearing and seeing none, I would like to thank our witnesses for their testimony. Well, who's right here?
We need an extension cord.
Hearing none, the panel is dismissed. Thank you very much. All right, I would now like to welcome our witnesses to provide testimony on HR 8319, the Continuing Appropriations Act of 2021 and other extensions. Subcommittee Chairman Visklosky and Ranking Member Cole, we are delighted that you are here. Mr. Cole, we're delighted you're still here. Without objection, any written materials you submit to rules, documents at mail.house.gov before the conclusion of this hearing will be entered into the record. And I would, as soon as we get Mr. Visklosky, I will recognize him.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yes, I am here. I don't know if you have a video, but you're probably better off if you don't have a video of me.
Oh, we have your voice, but we don't have your video, so.
Okay.
You press, yeah.
That is better?
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
We're set to go.
You're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And I testified obviously some time ago on defense appropriations. I thought that would be my last appearance before you. Delighted to be back and particularly testifying with Mr. Cole, as opposed to having Mr. Cole as, if you would, questioning myself from the chair. And if this is now truly my last appearance before rules, I'm happy to do it with the gentleman from Oklahoma.
I'll bet you it isn't.
Yeah. Continuing resolutions are a horrible way to govern. If it is the last bill I manage on the House floor, I regret that fact, except it is obviously necessary to continue the functioning of the United States government. I am proud that the Appropriations Committee did report out all 12 appropriation bills, and in fact, 10 were passed by the House. Unfortunately, the other body has not yet acted on the legislation. The CR would take us to December 11th to give us an opportunity thereafter to have negotiations and hopefully resolve differences that exist between the two bodies and proceed. The majority of anomalies that are included in the continuing resolution have actually been submitted by the Office of Management and Budget. And there are additional items where there was no governmental expense in 2020, for example, possible transition expenses. Additionally, there is authorization language I would acknowledge for programs that expired on September 30th. Would point out that in each instance, authorizing committees have agreed to their inclusion. The four corners, if you would, have agreed to the items included. There are several items where there is some, I would characterize, minor differences in language for amounts, where there wasn't absolute agreement, but that is the exception to the rule. There are members of both parties in the House who are upset because some provisions they wanted to be included are not. I would hope that instead of doing a CR, we would now be doing a roll for full conferences, but it is what it is. I would at this point suspend and avail myself of any questions the committee would have.
Thank you very much. I'm now happy to yield to my ranking member, and I'm also a member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Great pleasure for me to be here with my good friend, Chairman Blaskowski. I have the great honor of serving with him on the Defense Appropriations, where he does a fantastic job for our country and for our institution. I will warn him, though, I've not waived my right to question him just because I'm testifying with him right now, although there's not much in what he has to say that I would ever disagree with, quite frankly, and certainly his remarks about governing by CR are something I would associate myself, not where we would want to be. It's not where any appropriator would want to be, but it is where we are. Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing me to testify on this continuing resolution, H.R. 8319. Ranking Member Granger regrets very much that she's unable to be with us today. During this unprecedented time, it is more critical than ever that the federal government remain open and functioning. Late Friday afternoon, we thought there was an agreement on a bill to keep the government funded after September 30th. That agreement included a replenishment of the Commodity Credit Corporation, as well as an extension of a program created during the pandemic to allow low-income children to receive breakfast and lunch while their schools are closed. Unfortunately, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle chose not to keep those items in the agreement. Mr. Chairman, quite frankly, I do not understand why the CCC issue has become so controversial. In addition to critical payments promised to farmers and ranchers over the next few months, the CCC would fund the following programs during the CR. The Seafood Trade Assistance Program requested by seafood workers in places like Massachusetts, my good friend's home state. The Seniors Farmers Market Nutrition Program that provides coupons for seniors that they can use at farmers markets or roadside stands. The Conservation Reserve Program for sensitive lands that have been taken out of agricultural production. This program protects more than 20 million acres from topsoil erosion. The Regional Conservation Partnership Program that protects critical conservation areas across the country, such as the Chesapeake Bay and the Great Lakes. Similar language on the CCC was included in the continuing resolution last year, and it passed with more than 300 votes. In fact, more than 200 of my Democratic colleagues voted for it. The CCC was also replenished in a continuing resolution that President Obama signed into law. Mr. Chairman, there's no reason to bring this CR to the House floor without this issue being addressed at this time. I also think we should extend the nutrition program, which has been critical in providing more than half of all eligible school-age children in the country with access to breakfast and lunch during the pandemic. The Speaker of the House said yesterday that she did not want a government shutdown. If we want to take the possibility of a shutdown off the table, I think we should perfect this bill. And I certainly hope that the committee will make an amendment in order by my friend from Texas, ranking Republican member Mike Conway, the Agriculture Committee, to replenish the CCC and also extend the nutrition program. We owe it to the American people to find a common sense solution, and I think my friend's amendment would do just that. Helping our farmers and ranchers should not be a Republican or Democratic issue. Providing children with nutritious meals should not be a Republican or Democratic issue. We must do our part to ensure that we have bipartisan continuing resolution that can pass the Senate with no delay and get signed into law by the end of the month. And I'll be working with my friends on both sides of the aisle to try and achieve just that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you very much. I would normally, at this point, yield to Mr. Cole for any questions. Do you want to question yourself?
I thought I was brilliant, Mr. Chairman.
You
I do
were.
have one quick question, though, from my friend from Indiana. You might not be able to answer this, Mr. Chairman, but I'm just curious why this item, the question I posed in my comments is genuine. I was really shocked that this became an issue of contention. It wasn't included. Does my friend from Indiana have any idea why? And is there something we could do to get it back in?
I'd be happy to respond and would agree with the gentleman that it should not be a political item. I do not believe it is a political item, and the decision made, if you would, on the majority side is not one of politics. I would point out that $14 billion has now been released that has been provided by and has been sitting there since March for the CCC. I find it interesting that that money sat there for 6 months, and the decision to release it was made when, just coincidentally, the president was in the state of Iowa. I would point out that as we meet today, there is a bit more than $6 billion that continues to be available for monies that were appropriated in March of this year, 6 months ago, which would essentially provide, if people want to look to the first part of November, $20 billion in assistance to the agricultural community, which I would agree with your comments about their needs. I would point out that in the normal course of business, there is a report that is traditionally due in November, after which $30 billion, as I understand it, would be available, which takes to about $50 billion between now and the end of next year or thereafter. The final point I would make is, despite what I just said, this is mandatory spending. It is, if you want to have an ultimate solution, an authorization issue, and they are brought to the table as well. From my perspective, the Appropriations Committee did what they were supposed to do back in March. So from my perspective, there's going to be $20 billion here between, if you would remember, and once that report is issued, there's going to be that $30 billion. So you have a continuum of $50 billion on a mandatory program, an authorization issue.
Well, I want to thank my friend for the answer. It's helpful and informative as always. And I regret very much this is your last appearance before this committee because there's nobody in my time I've enjoyed serving with more than my good friend. I don't think there's anybody in the chamber that operates in a more bipartisan, ethical, and inclusive manner. You've shown that over and over and over again, certainly on our Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, where you are universally admired and appreciated. So I wish you well in whatever you do next, but I will genuinely miss you. I think this body will genuinely miss you on both sides of the aisle. Thank you for your distinguished service to the people of your district and the people of our country, and certainly to this institution.
Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Cole. Sir.
Thank you. Ms. Torres.
I have no comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Woodall.
Mr. Chairman. No questions.
Oh, thank you very much. Mr. Raskin.
Chairman, I just want to strike a personal note as well, like Mr. Cole. Mr. Viscoski's been a really treasured member of the House of Representatives. I'm sorry this is the last time you'll appear before the Rules Committee, but unlike most other members of Congress, I will get to see you because Mr. Viscoski, I understand, may be dividing his time between his beloved Indiana and Maryland's 8th Congressional District, where he has a home with his family. And so I have the honor of getting to represent you. I don't know exactly what your plans are, Mr. Viscoski, but you always have a home in Maryland's 8th in addition to Indiana. So thank you for your service to our country. I yield back.
I appreciate the time as well.
Dr. Burgess. Ms. Lesko.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Viscoski, maybe I missed it, but why does the continuing resolution not include the food program for children in schools? Extending that?
I do not have the answer to your question, except I have been led to believe that if an item is not food, the CR, it is because two parties in both chambers, the four corners, could not come to an agreement to issue into the bill. So at some point, was agreement on, I couldn't tell which part or which. And I would also tell you, and of course, now repeat myself, 2011, CR issues four ways to govern. Every time we pick a problem and make it a little bit easier to do a CR, we keep doing CRs. There's no question, as with the agricultural program, those nutrition programs need help. But somewhere along the line, an agreement could not unfortunately be reached.
Thank you, Mr. Viscoski. I appreciate the answer. It doesn't, I don't understand why, but I guess you don't either. So thank you. And, all right, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon.
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Morelli.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Ms. Shalala.
Mr. Chairman, I have no questions, but as a former cabinet officer, I hate CRs, but I will vote for this.
And Ms. Matsui.
I have no questions or comments, but I just want to tell Mr. Visloski how much, once again, we're going to miss him. He's been a great friend of mine personally for a very long time, and I know a wonderful member of the House of Representatives. With that, I yield back.
We're all going to miss Mr. Visloski. So does any other member of this committee have a question? Seeing none, I would like to thank our witnesses for your testimony. You're now all excused. Thank you. We are now going to hear, at this time, we'll hear testimony from members on HR 8319 and HR 447 and HR 6210 and HR 6270. And I want to welcome our next panel, Representative Jennifer Gonzalez Colon, Representative H. Morgan Griffith, Representative Glenn Grothman, Representative David Schweikert, and we see, and the Honorable Michael Conaway. Again, we appreciate your succinctness, and I would like to now recognize Representative Gonzalez Colon. We'll just see, we're waiting for, here we go. Who's that? No.
She's just logging on.
Okay.
Jennifer, we can't see you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, there you are. Good. Okay.
Finally.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do have two amendments that I want to speak on, and one of them needs to be with Medicaid. I want to say thank you to you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member, and the rest of the members of the committee for actually allowing me just to express my amendment to HR 8319 and the continuing appropriations for 2021. This would allow Puerto Rico to have access to the Medicaid funds authorized by Congress for the fiscal year 2020 until the end of the fiscal year 2021. Given our territorial status, Puerto Rico has a cap on federal funds available for our Medicaid program. And this, together with a cap of 55 statutory FMAP, has placed a significant financial burden to the local government to provide health care to more than 1.4 million Medicaid beneficiaries on the island. Throughout our tenure in Congress, we have the honor of working with both sides of the aisle to avoid the so-called Medicaid cliff for Puerto Rico on three occasions. More recently, December 2019, when Congress assigned the largest amount of federal funds in Medicaid history for Puerto Rico, $5,742 million at a 76% FMAP throughout the further consolidation appropriations of the 2020 in two separate CAPES amounts, is each one for fiscal year 2019 and 2020. But at the time of these negotiations with Congress, began in the spring of 2019, the government of Puerto Rico made the request based on the full year projections. At a time, however, the funds were authorized 3 months into the fiscal year, and Puerto Rico used other federal funds to pay for Medicaid during that gap until February of this year. That means that when Congress authorized the funds to Puerto Rico's Medicaid in late December, the amounts for the fiscal year 19 and 20 included in the bill were not adjusted to the actual time period in which the funds were to be spent. This included a projected expenditures for several months that Puerto Rico will not be able to spend. Of those funds authorized by Congress in December last year, about $700 million were for new programs that had to be authorized by CMS. The funds assigned to these new programs were also based on a whole year budget. CMS took some time to authorize them, one still pending, and so the money budgeted to be spent on those programs could not begin to be used until late summer of this year. So that means that under the PROMESA law, these programs also require an approval of the oversight board on the island. The board still has not authorized those programs, so Puerto Rico still has not disbursed these funds. And some of these programs will have retroactive effect, even those payments are awaiting board's approval. Once authorized, a larger amount of unused money will be paid out. The largest of the new programs was a plan to increase Puerto Rico's poverty level for Medicaid eligibility from 40% to 85% federal poverty level. The board recently informed the government of Puerto Rico that the program will not be approved. So there's not sufficient time in this fiscal year to request an authorization from CMS to spend those funds on the new programs, and the money assigned to this program will be unable to be spent by this fiscal year. So the government of Puerto Rico identified a list of programs that could be implemented prospectively with the funds in lieu of the poverty level increase, but because of the time it takes to CMS to approve them, they will not be in place prior to the end of this fiscal year, which is in a few days. Therefore, I ask you to respectfully allow this amendment, which will allow the people of Puerto Rico to use any unspent federal funds from the current fiscal year into the next fiscal year and investments for the purposes that Congress decided this money was used to use for, and to provide a better healthcare system for the people of Puerto Rico. So thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. I now would like to yield to the Honorable Glenn Grothman.
Okay, you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I think we've tried to insert this in other bills in the past, and you've usually been pretty kind. For whatever reason, it's not law yet. It mirrors a bipartisan bill that's out there, H.R. 380. It's pretty straightforward. It requires federal decision makers at Interior Commerce to consider the threat of invasive species when installing fishways. I think nationwide, even back when I was a state legislator, there's a movement to, first of all, try to get rid of dams. And if you can't get rid of a dam, put a fishway in there so the fish can swim upstream and spawn. This comes out of a sizable dam that I think it's part my district, part Spokane, and maybe part Kind, but in which there are an invasive species, Asian carp, which are just huge fish who are below the dam, and they've worked their way all the way up, I think, from the Gulf of Mexico. And the dam prevents them from getting in the upper Wisconsin River and all the many, many lakes that are in northern Wisconsin. Our fear is always that somewhere down the line, the Department of Interior will require a fish a fish passage on the dam, and if they do, that these Asian carp will get upstream. They'll screw up the Wisconsin River, which is the biggest river in Wisconsin, and will also screw up all of the lakes in northern Wisconsin, which feed into the Wisconsin River. So we just like to make sure that in the future they have to take into account that invasive species may wind up using these fishways as well.
Okay. Is that it?
That's it. I think Mark Pocan and I always work on this together. So
Good. Okay.
yeah,
All right.
all right. Too.
Thank you. And I think we need Mr. Conaway. I think we're going to pause for a little bit.
Need to find.
Mr. Chairman, I got another amendment at the desk. I don't know if I can.
So, yeah, go ahead. I thought you gave all your amendments. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. It's just an amendment for offshore. Just give me a sec. Yes, here you go.
Okay.
It's regarding chairman and members of the committee. It's amendment number 21 to the
Yep.
HR 4447, the Clean Economy Jobs and Innovation Act. This amendment will incorporate into the underlying legislation the text of HR 1014, the Offshore Wind for Territories Act. This was a bipartisan bill that I introduced that will amend federal law to study the potential for and authorize offshore wind energy development in the exclusive economic zone adjacent to the 5 U.S. territories. Additionally, it will establish a dedicated fund for coral reef conservation and a direct portion of the offshore wind revenues back into local communities. As all of you are aware, the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act, as amended by Public Law 109/58, provides to the Secretary of the Interior the authority to lease offshore lands for the purposes of renewable energy development. Several coastal states have seen the benefits of this provision. However, these laws do not apply to the 5 U.S. territories, preventing us from enjoying the benefits of potential offshore renewable energy sources. Instead, most of our islands are currently heavily dependent on imported foreign petroleum products, contributing to high energy costs that hinder efforts to grow our economies. In the last fiscal year, for example, renewable supplies only in Puerto Rico were just 2.3% of total electricity generation, where petroleum supplied is 40%. So this offshore wind for territories will address this issue by applying the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act to the submerged lands of the territories of the United States for renewable energy purposes. Additionally, this bill will direct the Department of Interior to conduct a feasibility studies on offshore wind lease sales for all territories. And if the study determines that wind lease is viable, the Secretary is directed to conduct a lease sale off with the territory. This will guarantee each territory to have a state equivalent share of all royalty payments made to the federal government by offshore wind developers for projections in their respective exclusive zone. Last year, the Committee on Natural Resources passed this bill with unanimous support. And in last Congress, the House approved the identical bill by voice. So if enacted, this offshore wind for territories could create jobs, address high energy prices in the territories, and help end our reliance on foreign petroleum imports. So thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I yield back.
Thank you very much. And I think we're still waiting for Mr. Conaway. Do we? So Mr. Conaway is, I'm told, 5 minutes away. So why don't we go to questions for, anybody have any questions for this panel, or can we dismiss them? Let me go down the list here. Mr. Cole?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would ask unanimous consent to include a statement for the record from Representative Davis of Illinois in support of his amendment to HR 8319.
Without objection.
Thank you. That's the only business I had, Mr. Chairman.
Let's see, Ms. Torres.
I have no questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Woodall.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Mr. Raskin. Ms. Scanlon.
No questions. Thank you.
Dr. Burgess. I'll take that as Dr. Burgess shielding back his time. Ms. Lesko.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have questions, but I do want to say I'm supportive of the amendments that Representative Gonzalez has, and Glenn Rothman, and also Mr. Davis, which my understanding on that one is to extend the child nutrition program that we were talking about before. That's not included in this CR for some reason. And also Mr. Conaway's amendment that will help farmers, ranchers, seafood producers, and so on and so forth. So thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Morelli.
No questions, sir.
All right. Ms. Shalala.
No questions.
Ms. Matsui. Okay, so this panel is dismissed. Thank you. And where we go? Who did? Oh, without objection, I want to ask the unanimous consent to submit the statements from Mr. Doggett and Mr. McNerney for the record. So I think I see Mr. Conway coming in. Okay. Welcome. We now yield to Mr. Conway. Mr. Conway has to unmute. Yeah. You're on. Mr. Okay, Mr.
Yes.
Conway, you can proceed. Is that noise coming from in the committee?
Yeah, we're doing it on purpose. We want to distract you.
I'm undistractable.
I just thought it was the ambiance for the Rules Committee, and nobody appreciated my humor when I was in here, so.
All right, you're recognized.
Well, thanks, Jim. Appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is simple and straightforward. It reflects the bipartisan agreement that was reached last week and then reneged on by the Democratic leadership on Friday. My amendment replenishes the CCC, the Commodity Credit Corporation, and provides pandemic funding increases for SNAP. The CR just revealed does not include the CCC replenishment. Up until recently, the CCC has been replenished on a bipartisan basis without controversy. But once again, Democrat leadership has upended this longstanding practice, and I have no real idea why. Democrat leaders are mad at the Trump administration because they've used the CCC dollars to provide trade aid to farmers and ranchers and dairy producers hurt by China. And apparently now the Democrats are mad that the administration is providing CCC dollars to help farmers and ranchers and dairy producers hurt by COVID-19. These same Democrat tactics have already sharply limited the amount of help that USDA can provide to farmers and ranchers and dairy producers. Farmers have lost far and away more money than the USDA can ever provide to help them get back on their feet. Producers are in the throes of a 7-year recession. A part of that is caused by high and rising foreign subsidies, tariffs, and non-tariff trade barriers by countries like China. And COVID-19 hit, and our farmers and ranchers and dairy producers, again, were hit hard again, very hard. The Democrats again shortchanged USDA, limiting USDA's ability to help our producers. The result has been 2 underfunded USDA programs that have worked to mitigate the damage done to agriculture. But again, the losses have far and away exceeded USDA help. Now our Democrat colleagues are going to totally cut off funding to USDA, leaving the department not only unable to deliver COVID-19 relief to producers, but unable to carry out the programs under the Farm Bill. Let me be clear. This CR does not only upends all future COVID relief payments for rural America and our producers, but it cuts off funding for the Farm Bill as well. If this CR becomes law, there will be no money to pay for the commodity title. No row crop support, no dairy, no sugar, no livestock, nothing. There'll be no money to pay for the conservation title, and there'll be no money to pay for the trade title. The list goes on. I can't imagine that my Democrat colleagues really want this result. This CR is a disaster for rural America, farmers, ranchers, and dairy producers, and I urge in the strongest terms possible that the House not make this mistake in order to even the score with the president. There's more at stake here than an ongoing political feud between the House majority and the president. This is terrible policy, and frankly, it's bad politics for anybody who want to try to go home and defend this argument in October. I certainly hope cooler heads prevail, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I appreciate it, and I think some of us think it's bad policy to use the CCC as a political slush fund. But in any event, thank you for coming here, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much. Again, I just want to ask my friend from Texas, first, when did you become aware that this was going to be pulled out of the CR?
Well, of course, the Democrats did this last year, Tom, if you remember. We had this fight, knockdown, drag out, and eventually the Democrats capitulated and put the money back in for CCC. I think the first time I heard that it was in, and then not in, not in, but it was in up until Friday, and then over the weekend, we got word that it probably was not going to be there. And then, of course, when the bill was filed some 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago, whatever it is, it wasn't there.
Were you given any explanation as to why this was not placed in the bill?
No, you'll need to ask the Speaker. Her team wrote the bill. You'll need to ask her that because there was none offered to any of us.
We have a lot of people that represent a lot of rural America on both sides of the aisle. It's not exclusive to one side or the other. You had an opportunity to talk to any of your Democratic colleagues that represent rural areas to find out how they feel about this?
Well, I talked to my colleague, Colin Peterson, last week when this was being hinted that it might not be there. And, we were both in violent agreement that this was a fight nobody needed to pick. It doesn't help anybody. It doesn't really hurt anybody except rural America. It hurts the farmers. That guy hammering, by the way, is quite consistent. It's like a metronome. So I'm not sure what that is. But we're in agreement that this should not be done. It didn't work last year, and it should be simply replenished as a matter of normal course of business. This type of issue was done under the Obama administration. It was done last year properly. And so both sides have asked for replenishment as we've done with this amendment.
Well, I certainly hope your amendment is made in order. If it's not, I'll be offering it. Quite frankly, I just think this is a big mistake not only because the exclusion of this is so bad, I think it jeopardizes the passing of the package. And that's not to anybody's advantage. We should not be shutting down the government or even running the risk during the middle of a pandemic on the eve of an election. I think it's colossally bad judgment not to leave something that should be pretty routine, pretty normal, and has been agreed to time and time again in this package. So thank you for your efforts to get it restored.
Sure. Thank you very much. Ms. Torres.
No questions.
Mr. Wall.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Raskin. Ms. Scanlon.
No questions.
Dr. Burgess. Ms. Lesko.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to again say my support for Mr. Conaway's amendment. It makes common sense to me, helping rural America, farmers, ranchers, and as we heard from Representative Cole, even the seafood industry, and seniors who get coupons for going to the farmers market. So I don't know why Democrats would oppose that, and I support Mr. Conaway's amendment.
Mr. Morelli.
No questions, sir.
Ms. Shalala.
No questions.
Ms. Matsui. Anyone else? Did I miss anybody? Seeing or hearing no other questions, thank you very much, Mr. Conaway, and you can leave. And why don't you find out what that hammering's about?
Thank you.
Does any other member of the committee wish to ask a question? See, okay. All right. Are there any additional members who would like to testify on any of these bills? HR 8319, HR 44, HR 6210, or HR 6270? Seeing or hearing none, this closes the hearing portion of our meeting. Without objection, hopefully the committee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair. I hope it is not a very long period here. We're just trying to work on a few final things, and I will, Mr. Cole will be in touch with your staff and everybody here to make sure that people have enough time to regroup. So thank you very much, and without objection, we'll be in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Councilwoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Gallen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee report a structured rule for consideration of HR 4447, the Clean Economy, Jobs and Innovation Act. The rule provides 90 minutes of general debate equally divided among and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce and the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Science, Space and Technology. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 116-63, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the Rules Committee report, shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. Section 2 of the rule provides that following debate, each further amendment printed in Part B of the Rules Committee report, not earlier considered as part of amendments on block pursuant to Section 3, shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered, I'm sorry, I'm getting interrupted, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 3 of the rule provides that at any time after debate, the chair of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or his designee may offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part B of the Rules Committee report not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The rule waives all points of order against the amendments printed in Part B of the Rules Committee report and amendments en bloc described in Section 3. The rule provides one motion to recommit with or without instructions. The rule provides for consideration of HR 6270, the Uyghur Forced Labor Disclosure Act of 2020, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 116-64 shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule provides one motion to recommit with or without instructions. Additionally, the rule provides for consideration of HR 8319, the Continuing Appropriations Act 2021 and Other Extensions Act, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill and provides that the bill shall not be subject to a question of consideration. The rule provides that the bill shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill and provides that Clause 2E of Rule 21 shall not apply during consideration of the bill. Finally, the rule provides one motion to recommit.
You've heard the motion from the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania. Is there an amendment or discussion?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment.
The gentleman is recognized. Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that the committee provide an open rule for HR 4447 and HR 6270. Madam Chair, the bill before us today is a complete break with regular order. In fact, 40% of the legislation in HR 4447 have not been through a single hearing or markup before being brought to the Rules Committee. While 15 of the 38 bills in this package contain at least one Republican co-sponsor, there's nothing bipartisan about the legislation. Looking at the legislative calendar before us, this may be our last opportunity to have a real open rule. Additionally, with HR 6270, there remain outstanding concerns that could be addressed by amendments that certainly deserve consideration on the floor. For this reason, the Democratic majority, I would hope, would afford all members the chance to amend these pieces of legislation on the floor and provide for the openness that the majority is committed to.
We have heard the amendment from Mr. Cole. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the gentleman's amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is
Madam,
not.
Madam Chair, on that, I would ask for the yeas and nays.
The gentleman has asked for a recorded vote. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mr. Perlmutter, Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli, Ms. Shalala,
No.
Ms. Shalala, no. Ms. Matsui,
No.
Ms. Matsui, no. Mr. McGovern,
No.
Mr. McGovern, no. Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Woodall,
Aye.
Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Burgess, Mrs. Lesko,
Aye.
Mrs. Lesko, aye. Mrs. Chairwoman,
No.
Mrs. Chairwoman, no.
The clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 6 nays.
May
The
I?
amendment is
Mr.
not
Morelli?
agreed to.
Hello?
Is Mr. Morales recorded?
Mr. Morelli is not recorded.
Can you hear me? I'd like to be recorded in the negative.
Mr. Morelli, no.
The clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 7 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Is there any other amendment or discussion?
Madam Chair, I would have an additional amendment. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I couldn't hear you.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would ask the amendment be considered number 5 for HR 8319 offered by Mr. Conaway of Texas. This amendment extends the authority of the pandemic EBT program and extends lending authority to the Commodity Credit Corporation. Madam Chair, my amendment is simple. It would simply restore the provision of the bill that were agreed to on Friday, which the Speaker unilaterally decided to remove. Government funding expires in just 9 short days. Republicans have no desire to shut down the government, especially during a pandemic response, but the Speaker is deciding to inject politics at the very last minute. The amendment contains provisions that I think all members should be able to support. Replenishment of the Commodity Credit Corporation, which ensures adequate resources for our farmers and ranchers. Absent this, the CCC will exhaust its funding in November, putting the nation's food supply at risk. Furthermore, this amendment would extend the pandemic EBT program, which is due to expire on September 30th. With many schools across the country still closed, this program allows low-income families to purchase nutritious meals. These provisions are common sense, and I have no idea for the life of me why the speakers decided to unilaterally remove these provisions from the CR. So I urge all my colleagues to support making this amendment in order.
We have heard the amendment from Ms. Cole. Is there any other? Hearing none, the vote is on the gentleman's amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment.
Madam Chair, on that, I would ask for the yeas and nays, Madam Chair.
The gentleman has asked for a recorded vote. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mr. Perlmutter, Mr. Raskin,
I vote no.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
She's on the rules committee, so for her supporters, they'll be able to see that in action.
How many people are on these committees? Is there a minimum and maximum or always?
The rules committee is very small because it's actually a really important committee because they have to vote on every bill before it comes to the floor. And so it's, I think it's only 5 or 6 members on each side.
Okay.
hello. Miss,
I just want to say hello, I'm Irene Takata. I work on the Congresswoman's team.
Hi, Eileen.
One of 6 people who played tennis in my family. I'm a huge fan. I just have to tell you, I saw you at the US. My brother Alex. Incredible.
Oh, thank you. Thanks.
Just incredible.
What's going on?
Nice to meet you as well.
Mr. Woodall, will you mute, and Scanlon, will you mute? Mr. Layla?
Last year.
No.
Layla, can you please mute?
No.
Mute yourself.
Miss Scanlon.
Mr. Morelli would like in the negative.
All right, folks, please mute yourself so we can continue this, this meeting. The clerk, please continue.
Miss Scanlon.
No.
Miss Scanlon. No. Mr. Morelli.
No.
Mr. Morelli. No. Miss Shalala.
No.
Miss Shalala. No. Miss Matsui.
No.
Miss Matsui. No. Mr. McGovern.
No.
Mr. McGovern. No. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole. Aye. Mr. Woodall.
Aye.
Mr. Woodall. Aye. Mr. Burgess. Mrs. Lesko.
Aye.
Mrs. Lesko. Aye. Mrs. Chairwoman.
No.
Mrs. Chairwoman. No.
The clerk will report the total.
Madam Chair, how am I recorded, Mrs. Raskin?
Mr. Raskin is recorded no.
Okay, thank you.
The clerk report the total.
3 yeas, 7 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Is there any other amendment or discussion? Hearing none, the question now is on the motion offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
No.
No. No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the
Madam,
motion is,
Madam Chair, on that, we'd request a recorded vote.
the gentleman has asked for a recorded vote. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Hastings. Mr. Perlmutter. Mr. Raskin.
Aye.
Mr. Raskin. Aye. Miss Scanlon.
Aye.
Miss Scanlon. Aye. Miss Morelli. Mr. Morelli.
Aye.
Mr. Morelli. Aye. Miss Shalala.
Aye.
Miss Shalala. Aye. Miss Matsui.
Aye.
Miss Matsui. Aye. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern. Aye. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole. No. Mr. Woodall. Mr. Woodall.
No.
Mr. Woodall. No. Mr. Burgess. Mrs. Lesko.
No.
Mrs. Lesko. No. Mrs. Chairwoman.
Aye.
Mrs. Chairwoman. Aye.
The clerk will report the total.
7 yeas, 3 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. According to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Chairman McGovern will manage for the majority.
Madam Chair, Ms. Lesko will manage for the Republicans.
And Ms. Lesko will manage for Republicans. Without objection, the committee is adjourned.